Okay, thanks, Graham. Good morning, everyone. This is the second day of the public inquiry into the proposed planning application for a wind farm at land east of Slickley Croft. My name is David Liddell and I'm reporter for the case. I won't go through all the same formalities as we did yesterday because it's all the same people in the call. So we would I think we'll just move on in a moment to hearing evidence from the council's witnesses. As we left it last night, there was a couple of outstanding questions just about the new wire lines and photomontages. So I wondered if there was anything to report on that, or if not, we can just press on.
Yes, thank you, sir. Good morning. I have something to report. There were two issues. First of all, in relation to viewpoint 13, whether we're looking at PPA-19 or indeed any photomontages. The question was, are the Stroopster turbines shown with the correct dimensions? And the answer is yes, on the photomontages, as they weren't remodeled, as was the case elsewhere. So that point's been ticked. In relation to viewpoint 4, and we're looking at the SNH new wire lines, AP 1414, and also, as it turns out, in the updated cumulative assessment of March 22, which is 1494 figure 8. You remember that was the one that brought in the Holland May proposal. So for viewpoint 4 wire lines, in both those cases, an error was made using the wrong grid reference. In fact, what was generated was wire lines from Everley, which is below Wharf Hill. And when I looked yesterday at the SNH wire lines, I thought, hang on a minute, it looks a bit flat to me. And that's why it's not in the elevated position of Wharf Hill. We have emailed to you and to the council replacement wire lines for viewpoint 4 to replace those in in 1414 and secondly in 1494 figure 8. So those will be with you now and hard copies will be produced and sent in due course. I don't think we'll try and rush them up the road to anyone today now that we've clarified the position. Because the Highland Council wire lines from viewpoint 4 Wharf Hill are in the right place. So I hope that clarifies matters, sir.
I think you're muted.
Thank you, Mr. Trinnick. That's helpful. And Laura Walker's just emailed me those replacement wire lines, so that's fine. I can have a look at them. And before I see if Mr. Findlay's getting anything to say, it just occurs to me that you took your witness through some of this material yesterday, and this is an updated wire line relative to that evidence. Do you feel disadvantaged by this having come in after your witness has given evidence?
Well, I think as the source of the disadvantage, I can hardly complain about anything, but the answer is no, I do not need to recall my witness. And I should just, while saying that, you will see no separate camera, as it were, here for Mrs. Dower. She's not been rude and gone home before seeing Caroline. She's sitting in the same room as me, off camera.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Findlay, anything from the council's side on that exchange?
First of all, grateful for the clarification on viewpoint 13. As to viewpoint 4, two things follow. Mr. Trinnick yesterday took his witnesses to the THC versions, but I'll be taking Ms. Kyling to the SNH version. for reasons which she will explain in due course. But in summary, it is that in our view, the SNH version is best one to work from when you're working from the office, so to speak, and the THC version is the best one to work from on site. Whilst we're happy with the updated wire lines and working from a computer, that happiness comes with a caveat that when you're assessing them, it's far better to assess the actual document, because your computer will do funny things to perspective and the like. So for the purposes of today, there's no issue, but I'm grateful for Mr. Trinick offering hard copies in due course, and we might need to factor that in terms of responding or dealing with closing submissions, but I'm sure they'll be out soon. I'm not sure whether Ms. Cowling has caught up with the most recent document that's come in, so I would just ask for 15 minutes, primarily to make sure she's got it, downloaded it, and has a short time to look at it, because it was one of the views I was going to take her to. I'm trying not to duplicate the views between my witnesses, so she was going to deal with viewpoint 4, and I think given our approach, it would be sensible she referred to the updated wire line on viewpoint 4. So I don't think it's going to take very long. But she's just moved room, so I don't know whether she's got connectivity. And so if I said 15 minutes, that should be entirely sufficient.
Okay, that's fine. Whilst I'm looking at it in the meantime, what I've seen now is AP 14.15 and 14.16, which are the two versions of that. Would you be looking at one of those in particular, just so as I can get the right one up and have a look at it beforehand, or does it matter?
Yes, it'll be 14.16. I don't. I think so. It's 14.16 that I'll be looking at.
Okay. Okay. So if that's all just now, then that's 10:08. So let's come back just a little bit after 10:20, and if that gives you sufficient time. Okay. So we just do the usual with mics and cameras. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Hello again, everyone. Mr. Finlay and Ms. Cowling, was that sufficient time for you to see the latest document and prepare? Okay, great, thank you. Okay, okay. I think I'll just pass over to you then, Mr. Finlay. Thank you.
Thank you. So, good morning. So my next witness is Anne Cowling, who has a report and a precognition which are THC 7 and 9. Ms. Cowling is the landscape officer in the strategic projects team within the Highland Council. She's provided a CV at Appendix 1 of her report, and she's been a chartered member of the Landscape Institute since 1995. I was going to follow Mr. Trinick's example and take both documents as read and just ask a few supplementary questions. The first was just I'm really going to lead Ms. Cowling on it. At 1.2 of her report, she says she read the EIA report and studied the visual materials. She left out of that paragraph, but included in the next paragraph that she'd also had regard to the supplementary environmental information. So just confirm, Ms. Cowling, that you had regard to all the applicant's information before reaching your final view that's set out in this document.
That's the case, yeah.
Thank you. If you go to 2.5 of your report, you're here dealing with the landscape character area in question LCT 3, and first matter I wanted to do was take you to 3 figures that I took Mrs. Dyer to yesterday. That's in AP 1.25D.
Right, could you just give me a moment to reach that over?
Right here. And it's figures 6.3 and 6.4, which give tip height and then hub height, and then 6.5. So I just want you to familiarize yourself with 6.3 and 4 and then finish on 6.5.
Yes.
Now, you say here that you're in agreement that significant landscape effects would be experienced out to 5 kilometres. We have a 5 kilometre radius drawn on plan here. Is it that 5 kilometres in every direction, or will there be some variation in them?
There's some variation in that. For example, from the viewpoint at East May, the intervening forestry does have an effect. So you can see less of it, and the effects are less there, but there are effects elsewhere within that designation. Within that extent.
And just to make it clear, even though the 5 kilometre boundary overlaps with some other designations, you're not suggesting a significant effect of any other designation apart from CT3?
No, that was an unfortunate choice of word.
Yeah, thank you. And then in terms of the current impact of Stripestra on CT3, the SNH 9H of Scott in their Caithness analysis and their response to the scoping opinion talked about heightening dominance. Do you understand, what's your view on whether Stripestra to an extent or any extent is dominant in that CT3 landscape area?
I think it is the most dominant built structure, and it where it is in view, and taking account of the fact that the ZTV is a bare earth, that but that it is recurrently in view and that it is a striking and dominating element where it is in view.
Now, you mentioned the ZTV being bare earth. We had some comments from Mrs. Dyer about the ZTV and that it's theoretical visibility, which is a commonplace point, but she seemed to be suggesting that in this particular more flatter location, you might get more interference in line of sight from lower objects. In terms of impact and CT3 as opposed to the surrounding landscape areas, what's your general experience of this area in terms of visibility as shown on ZTVs, and then what you might experience in real life?
I think it's where there is effect from ground-based objects in limiting the view, it's not by and large from the kind of roadside walls and hedges that were being referred to yesterday, which in my understanding are much more in the farmed lowland plain landscape character area. There is obviously some blocking of view of the development from forestry, but that it's more about where forestry blocks views than where roadside elements are interfering with views. They may interfere with views to the site, but not to turbines based on the site.
And then just a related point, we have, which we're going to come to, we have SNH visualizations and Highland Council visualizations. Dean, your preference or guidance or advice to the reporter in so far as he needs it, as to which is to be used and where? And
the Highland Council standard visualizations are specifically conceived to be useful in the field, and I would always use those in assessment on the field. But particularly where turbines skyline and can be somewhat lost in some of the reproduction of visualizations, the limits of people getting appropriate weather and the limits of reproduction on the photography, it can be useful to have the wireframes on site as well to clarify at what point if it's fainter on the visuals. So having a combination of using the visuals if they're sufficiently clear contrast, Highland Council ones, and having the wireframes there as backup for an understanding where there's less clarity or where it's helpful to see as it were, the naked landform to understand precisely where the turbines are seated.
And just staying with this topic for the moment, we've obviously got the now accurate wire lines that were provided yesterday and indeed some this morning. To what extent, and we'll come to three viewpoints in a moment, but just overall in terms for the reporter's understanding of your evidence, to what extent has that further informed your approach?
It's certainly given clarity to my understanding of the likely effects experienced in the field. In that when cross-referencing between the two, obviously for the most part the photo montages were correct in that they were as the camera saw turbines, but it's helpful to have the clarity given that due to the motion of the blades they're not always particularly crisp where it's just the photographic rendering of the existing turbines, and certainly for those viewpoints where the Stribster turbines were re-rendered in accordance with our standards, where that was done to the wrong height, obviously it's helpful to have the clarity to understand the difference in scales for those images.
And I'm grateful. Just brings to mind something I'll mention now, but it's in terms of site visits, you would recommend using the Highland Council photomontages. I think a greater number of those than SNH photomontages contain re-rendered Stroopster turbines. That may be something that, so I'll come back to in due course. I think I'd overlooked that about whether you need fresh copies or corrected copies of those in due course, the photomontages. But that's not a matter for you, Ms. Cowling. Thank you. Now, I think that's the sort of the technical side of matters. Again, keeping, if you like, CT3 in mind, can I ask you now to turn to document 1237A, which I hope was on my list, which should be the plan that goes with Lyth wind farm.
(1237A) location plan for Lyth wind farm. Yes, I have that.
With apologies to Mr. Trinick for stealing his most crushing question in cross-examination, do the coloured, almost circular lines around the wind farms actually denote anything in particular? And perhaps you could enlighten the reporter how this plan, what the purpose of the plan was.
The plan was prepared, unfortunately, at quite short notice, and I had to rely on the assistance of one of our graphics technicians. I had hoped that those lines would be excluded. Unfortunately, they were not, but there wasn't time to go back. This is an extract from the Council's online wind energy mapping, and those areas, I'm not entirely sure why the lines are set at the distance they are. It's a radius from the centre of each turbine taken to the outside. The radius is larger for larger turbines and smaller for smaller turbines. It's not something that I was seeking to draw attention to on this plan. It was merely a function of available timescales, and my apologies for any confusion on that.
Well, I'm grateful that's enlightened me anyway as to why some circles are larger than others, but that it's related to the height of the turbine explains that. Now, the more important point I wanted to ask you about was in terms of the, first of all, in terms of the impact on LCT3 and the comparative impact when, on the one hand, you might be contemplating adding Lyth and Loch End to Stroopster, which, if you like, are two sides of the LCT and not adjacent to each other. And on the other hand, the addition of Slickley to Stroopster, adjacent to it, but more to the middle of the LCT, and bearing in mind that the proposed Slickley turbines were 50 metres taller than the proposed Lyth turbines. In terms of impact on the LCT and undermining the LCT, perhaps you'd tell the reporter your view of the comparison of the two and primarily the impact of Slickley.
Yep. I think both wind farms would have detrimental effect on the LCT. It would be different in the fact that Lyth, which I was also not in favour of, was closer to the edge of the landscape character area, so is effectively eating into it from the edge, whereas Slickley, obviously being the more central location, it's bringing a greater visual and ground-based weight to the centre of the landscape character area, so reducing the extent of the sweeping moorland landscape that surrounds Stroopster. So both are, as it were, eating away at the limited extent that this landscape character area has, but as it were, from different approaches. Obviously, they would be experienced differently from within the landscape character area. there are a lot of areas where you would see the separation between Stroopster and Lyth, and there's the road running between, which obviously means that in those within the landscape character area experiences, they would be quite different, but both detrimental.
And lastly, just again, using this plan to, in terms of impact on the qualities of the Dunnet Head SLA, if I've got its name correct. Again, in terms of comparison as to the impact Lyth might have slightly closer forward but lower down, and Stickley slightly further away but like taller turbines. I mean, Lyth was lower down, the turbines would be effectively lower down. Yeah. Again, your view in that comparison.
If you are able to see the Dunnet Head viewpoint location and the wind farm locations on the plan, it's clear that they're very much in the same relatively narrow cone of view. They wouldn't appear exactly the same, but they would appear in the similar cone of view, and in my understanding, with very similar effects when contemplated from the Dunnet Head viewpoint.
Grateful. Now, lastly, I'm going to move on to 3 viewpoints to ask your views on the updated wire lines. And I think because we have Dunnet Head in our minds, let's go to Dunnet Head first. So that would be AP, I think it's 14.14 for the corrected SNH viewpoint for VP13. And it would be, I think it's speedy, just 1.3.10 for the EIAR, sorry, SEI figures for Dunnet Head.
Right, I'm sorry, I'll ask you to repeat the numbers. Sorry, what was the first one again? 14 point.
APP 14.14, which you may have the hard copy of.
I do apologise. I'm not quite catching. I'm not quite catching the number. I'm sorry.
14.14.
Inquiry report on landscape and visual matters.
No, it should be the document that was given in yesterday. It's the one with the wire lines.
Right. Right. I don't think I've got a hard copy of that down here.
If you don't, so, I'll ask Mr. Heinsohn to run down
the stairs. I don't see.
That's all right.
The hard copy of it here. I apologise. I meant to retrieve that from Simon before I came down.
And whilst he's coming down the stairs, just making the point you're in a separate room. If you also if you can try and find 1.3.10, which is the SEI SNH wireline drawing. Again, if you'd like a hard copy of that, I'm sure that can.
Right. I now have the hard copy of the revised wireframes. Sorry, getting in mud. And the second document you wanted to take me to was
from the SEI. It effectively, it's the inaccurate version of those wireframes that I want.
Right. I do apologise. The hard copies I've got here don't have okay. Document numbers on.
Okay, Mr. Heinsohn will help you with that too. He's just coming down again. But
right, no, I think I've
Simon.
I think I've got the right one. Volume 2C, March 2021.
Yes, perfect.
Right. I have that. I do apologise. It's late.
If we look at, it's a compare and contrast exercise. And it probably have taken, looking, there's another technical point that I wanted to ask you about before we got to that, which the reporter raised yesterday, that if you look at the accurate version, you'll see that Stroopster and Slickley, the Stroopster is in the same colouring as indeed the like the background landscape. Slickley's in blue and
I do apologise. Can I hold you a minute? I was so focused on getting the right documents that I'm not certain which page in them I'm supposed to be on.
Okay, so you're meant to be on
apologise.
Viewpoint 13.
Right.
In the accurate version, if I can call it that.
Yes. I have that now.
And if you have in the, if I can call it the inaccurate version, it's figure 3.24 showing viewpoint 13.
Yes.
So looking at the accurate version, different colouring is used. The stripes of turbines are the same colouring as the background landscape etching or sketching. The Slickley turbines are in blue and the Holland May are in purple, or purple, I think is probably the best. And then other turbines are in different colours. What's your view as to how colouring of turbines, and indeed whether they're bold or filled in or otherwise, can have on the impression that is gained by the viewer?
I think the strength of the colour obviously has an impact on how much contrast there is against the background, and I do appreciate that they are tonally similar. But those that are in the same colour as the grids for the landform do become more recessive, particularly in those parts where they're backdropped by the ground. The inclusion of Holland May in this mix, which wasn't in the other version you took me to, the original one, further complicates the matter of trying to look at the combined impacts of Stroopster and Slickley together, because that's obviously quite a different kettle of fish.
Okay, now I'm just going to ask you, trying to keep the questions short at this stage, in terms of the impact of the in terms of the wire lines, do you first of all, do you notice or can you perceive a noticeable difference, or describe it as you will, between the accurate and the inaccurate versions?
I think the contrast in the relative proportions of Slickley and Stroopster is much more clearly read in the revised versions. The separation of the rotor sweep from the horizon is more clearly distinguished in the more accurate versions. There's obviously differences that were referred to yesterday in the just the different printing processes, which gives more of a physical weight to the older wireframe than the current ones. But on this distance, the hollow versus solid, the outline versus solid, is less of an issue. But yes, the change is more evident, and it's a helpful visual.
You're talking about the skyline. How do the stroops to turbines and now going to concentrate on the accurate version, sit by comparison with the skyline?
The majority of them, the full rotor sweep is clear or very nearly clear of the skyline, whereas by contrast, Slickly, with their different proportions, there's much more interaction with the horizon itself, which can create quite a different effect when viewing.
And how noticeable, if at all, do you consider that, again, looking at the accurate version, it would be to a viewer from at this distance that these were different wind farms with different proportions, bearing in mind that not only the proportions but the fact that the blades would be rotating?
I think it would be clear to a moderately attentive viewer that they were of different characters. We all look at wind farms so much that it's sometimes difficult to be sure how people who are not involved with them consider them. But I think they would perceive that they were of different character, and that one group of turbines was not the same as the other. And that Slickly would appear more prominent in the view.
Now that's a distant view. We'll come to a much closer view. Can I ask you to turn in both documents to viewpoint 3, please? Here we're at the Lyth water tower.
Yep. I should have gone into weight training for this. Okay, viewpoint 3, Lyth water tower. Oh.
Now, I think in terms between the comparison between the accurate and the inaccurate versions, Mrs. Dyer's evidence that it was difficult, very difficult to see the difference in design, etc. What's your view as to how apparent the difference is between the accurate and the inaccurate version? So I should have carried out.
Yeah. I think the key difference that is easier to read with the accurate versions is the difference in the proportions of the turbines. It's less easy to read what you see as a function of how much of the tower is out of sight, and it's more obvious that it's a different shaped object or a differently proportioned object.
And then concentrating on the accurate version, looking at the overlap between Stripester and Slickly, and not just the two overlapping turbines, but the ones on either side of the overlap. how, again, bearing in mind the potentially different rotational speeds, how different or otherwise would these wind farms appear to the viewer from this viewpoint?
I think they would appear positively different, decidedly different, with the difference in hub heights as they read in that overlap area. It's very easy to see two rotor sweeps together and to understand that one is a very, very much larger scale than the other. And I think it creates some dissonance and some difficulty where bases aren't in view of understanding what the three-dimensional relationship is between the two wind farms, if you will. And they appear very different in character because of the angles you're seeing them from. You get the very uneven layout of Stroobster and the more tightly grouped Slickley. And that wider spacing is again more clearly read, where the blade length, the rotor sweep, is more accurately depicted. Excuse me, I'm going to cough, so I'm just going to switch my microphone off for a second while I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, well, we've looked at far away from Dunnet Head. We've looked at reasonably close where we can't see the bases of many of the turbines anyway. I'd like to now, final part, is to look at viewpoint 4 with the same, essentially the same series of questions. And with viewpoint 4, you have to be looking at the
screen.
You have to be looking at the screen for APP 14.16. This is a conceptually more difficult exercise to compare a screen with a piece of paper, but the same two broad questions. Again, how, in terms of the difference in dimensions between the accurate and the inaccurate, how obvious or apparent is the variation in your view?
Again, I think, particularly from this elevated viewpoint, it lends a lot of clarity in the improved understanding of the difference in proportions, because you're looking down, there's potentially some slight foreshortening effects visually. On the original wireframe, the proportions did not look as obviously different. Obviously, the wireframes are an additional aid to the photo montages, but it's much clearer to see the difference in proportions and the effect that has for the understanding of the spacing of Stroobster, particularly when going back to these as reference if one's not on the site. It's clearer to see the difference between the two turbine models.
And then concentrating on the accurate version, final question, how apparent or readily apparent, because I think it's accepted it would be apparent from viewpoint 4, how readily apparent would the difference in design and the two wind farms be from this viewpoint in your view?
I think Stroopster breeds more cohesively in this view than Slickley does. Although I think the difference in layout is not as evident here as it is from some other viewpoints. The balance between the two perhaps works better, but the contrast where Stroopster and Slickley overlap, it will be very evident that there are two different models, and there is, some congestion in the centre of the view where stacked Slickley turbines are sitting close to more loosely paired Stroopster turbines.
Thank you. Those were all my questions. I'm sure Mr. Trinick will have some questions for you.
Okay, thank you both. Mr. Trinick, are you in a position to start cross-examination, or would you like a short break before we move on to that?
Perfectly happy to carry through an answer. Thank you very much.
And Ms. Dowling, for your part, if we do, I'm going to give you a break during the morning, but we could maybe start the cross-examination now and then stop a little bit later if that suits you.
Fine.
Okay. Thank you very much, then, Mr. Finlay. Mr. Trinick, I'll pass over to you.
Thanks, sir. Good morning, Ms. Callan.
Morning.
I want to take you just through one or two points first that arose in your evidence in chief given just now. Mr. Finlay took you to figure 363, a ZTV anyway, it doesn't really matter, a ZTV showing a lot of pink, and took you to the effect of Stroopster. And you said, well, Stroopster's the most dominant built structure. And you then said it's striking or dominant when in the view.
Yeah.
Now, I just want to be clear that is there an equation in your mind between dominance and significant effect, which you see significant effect on landscape character, which within CT3 you see is going out to about 5 kilometres. Is that what you mean by dominant, or is the expression of dominance by Stroopster more limited in geographical scope?
I think it is the dominant built feature, and that when you are within parts of CT3 from which it is seen, or when you are looking into CT3 from out with, and it's in the view, it is a dominating feature in that landscape character.
So even outside CT3, even beyond your 5 kilometres where you define the geographical extent of significant landscape character effects, even beyond that you see it as dominant, is that right?
Well, when you're looking back to it from Dunnet Head, and you can see a greater extent of the landscape character, it is a dominant feature within that.
I wonder if you're using dominance in the same sense. So you're saying at 14.88 kilometres, which is the distance from viewpoint 13, you say the Stroopster turbines are dominant in the landscape. They dominate other features in the landscape at that distance. Is that your evidence?
Yes, the contained and limited extent of the sweeping moorland and flows, slightly contradictory name for it when it's the contained area, it becomes a pivotal feature, which sits, which dominates the identity of that area looking back from Dunnet Head.
Okay, I ask these questions as a useful means of calibrating your approach in comparison with that of Mrs. Dower, that even beyond the range of significant landscape character effects, you nonetheless see Stroopster as dominant. So I just want to be clear, I've got your evidence correct. That's what you're saying.
Can I, sorry, Mr. Trinity, because I just want to be clear, I understand. What I've taken, Ms. Cowling, is no, I don't think you're saying it dominates the view from Dunnet Head, but it dominates one's perception of the sweeping moorland and flows LCT as seen from Dunnet Head. That is it closer to the second thing than the first? That just so I understand.
That would be correct.
Okay, thank you.
Wasn't quite what I heard, sir, but okay, if that's the answer. Turning to another point, Lyth and the comparison with Slickley. I was curious about the reasons for making the comparison. Just a factual question. Is there any current Lyth proposal post the 2014 dismissal of the appeal?
I'm not aware that there's a Lyth proposal. There is Simon may be better placed on this. There is a Loch End extension which has at some stage overlapped the Lyth site. I don't know what the current state of that is.
That's not for the inquiry, but and anyway, you're not aware of any current proposal on the Lyth site, save for maybe something, a Loch End extension overlapping in part. Okay, I've got that, thank you. You said something interesting about the way that you perceive turbines shown on wire lines according to their colour. And I think I want to get your evidence clear that you said that those which are shown in the same colour as the landform appear more recessive. That's what you said. Am I right? I want to make sure.
In wireframes, it can it's a function of many things. Where they're closer and therefore larger in the view, then the solidity of them being in a dark grey can make them more prominent. If they're more distant and in the same colour, then they can be more lost in the backdrop. It's perhaps dependent on the distance.
All right.
From the viewpoint.
Okay, thank you. But I would guess that you, Mrs. Dower, and the reporter, with the experience that you have in looking at wireframes in the field, are not going to be misled or seduced by colour. You know what you're looking at. You know how to deal with matters in the field, don't you?
Yes, it's certainly more helpful if you can read things clearly.
Okay, all right. Now, those are the points that come from your evidence in chief. What I want to do, first of all, in terms of more general cross-examination, is to go back into sort of ancient history and bring it up to date for the clarity for the reporter. I do this because that clarity isn't present, and it's a criticism of our evidence as much as of yours as yet. If we go to AP 823, please.
I apologise. Can you give me the title of the document?
Yes, I'll try to. It's the map for the Caithness and Sutherland Landscape Character Assessment 1998. 823. Are you accessing these documents on screen or by hard copy?
I have some as hard copies, and I have the I have available on screen the contents of the USB, and I was just failing to find it on there. So I was.
Well, let me know when you're there.
So let me. Sorry, I'm looking for AP
823.
And it appears to be missing from. It may be missing from the USB.
Oh,
right, because I've only got going up to AP 20 in that folder, if I'm looking in the right place.
So can I ask you, have you got 823, the map?
I do apologise that I'm struggling with documents, but I don't have that map in front of me at present, and I'm not sure where to lay my hands on it, I'm afraid.
So do you have 823, the map?
I have it. I think it's one of the ones that arrived after the USB was prepared, wasn't it?
There have been updated versions of the of the document as circulated, and I think electronically as well. So it may be you've got an out-of-date version, Ms. Cowley.
I was looking in the folders, not.
Okay, now, Mr. Finley, have you got 823, the map? You're on mute.
I don't, but I'm very happy to carry on without it because.
All right. Well, let's see if we can carry on without it, because I think you'll know what I'll describe it as best I can, and let's see how we go. The map I'm looking at is that which goes with the SNH Landscape Character Assessment of 1998, with which I know you are familiar.
Yes.
And do you recall that within that Landscape Character Assessment, you had a Type 1 sweeping moorland and a Type 1A, which is flat peatland, and you also had forests separately, coniferous woodland separately described. You remember that? And in the broadest terms, what comprised those three landscape character types is now effectively CT3 in this area.
Yes.
Yes, so they combined to become CT3. Now, that also, to just give us more clarity again, if we go to, if you could go to document 821.
Sorry?
Again, I'm sorry, I don't have that readily accessible.
Oh dear. Well, this is going to get
problematic
unless we can. It has been. Have you got it on your document, as Mr. Finley? 821.
I've got it on my list, but I have to say I'm afraid I don't have it on my. But again, I'm happy to carry on without it if we can do it at this stage. I don't know why. Other updates I've managed to pick up and add to my list, but not this one. So apologies.
So have you got 821? Yes, you have. I'm not sure what's happening, but it is going to be a bit problematic if you don't have 821 in front of you.
If someone could fire it across to me by email, I would be able to open it.
Okay, I'm sure we can do it. Let's see how we go for the moment, because it'll be more important when we revisit it later. But we come to the point that I feel that you're being disadvantaged by not having it, then I will say we'll take a break while you get it circulated. Let's see how we go. 821 is the SNH 2019 description of the sweeping moorland and flows landscape character type 134. You familiar with that?
Yes.
And the document describes location and context. It then goes on to key characteristics and then on to landscape character description. I'm sure you're familiar with the document.
Yes.
And LCT 134 is therefore the type represented, so far as we're concerned here, by CT3 as an area of LCT 134. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, we'll need to come back to that document. So I am going to ask those who are listening in another room to make sure they send that through to you. On your list of documents for Series 8, where does your access end in numbers? At 8 what?
820.
Okay, well, I'll ask for 821 to 824 to be fired across to you by email, so at least you have them. And Mr. Finlay, would you like that as well, or have you got access?
I now have access to the 823 map, courtesy of Beth Stott.
Good. That's good. Okay, well, look, we need to get back to that map unless you want to take me there for any purpose. And we needn't for the moment to go back to 821, but you will need that document later once it's been fired across to you. All right. So if we then go, as part of my intended to be short trail through this historical record, we go to 7.2, AP7.2, which is the it's the supplementary guidance. Can you get that up in front of you?
Yes.
And are you looking? I'm sure you do. Are you looking at electronically or to hard copy? Tell me.
I'll stick with the hard copy.
All right, I'll just say, because of the purposes of referring to page numbers, that's why I do this. We go to internal page 88, electronic page 168 of that document.
Yes.
There we have, just for the reporter's note, there we have CT3 shown. And for the reporter's note again, I don't think you disagree, that CT3 area encompasses the whole of what was Type 1 and Type 1A. Now, I'm going into all this because when it comes to the Stroopster decision, that older terminology is still used in that decision. It's pre-2019. I want to be sure there are no errors of transmission when we are comparing documents. The forest, of course, as I understand it, there was never any description of the forest, and now it's been amalgamated into CT3 it's got no individual identity anymore, has it?
That's correct.
Thank you. So the order of events, though, was that we have CT3, and that comes out of in 2017 as part of the supplementary guidance. But 821, which is the SNH landscape character assessment, the 2019 one, comes out 2 years after that. So was there some draft on which you were working so as to be able to produce a boundary for CT3? You knew what SNH were going to do, is that?
That's correct.
Yeah, I thought that might be so. There's no conspiracy there, that's the way it happened.
No, we had, they were rather longer in coming out with their revision than had been anticipated at the time we were working, but we were working towards their slightly shifting boundaries.
All right, well, that takes us through the history so the reporter can see how these things emerged. Now, looking at 7.2, the supplementary guidance, who wrote this?
The guidance, the supplementary guidance itself was written by the planning officers, subsequent to various steering group work and discussions and site visits. The landscape description tables in this were written by an SNH staff member following some joint site visit work around the area.
All right,
so these were not of my authorship.
That's okay, that's what I want to know. So when I ask you questions, I must bear in mind you didn't write it, but that's just what I want to know. It's written by SNH for the council.
Yes.
The section 5 and the Caithness landscape sensitivity appraisal, or whatever we call it, that was written by SNH. Fair enough. Looking through from internal page 97, electronic page 177, this is where we see CT3.
Yes.
And we have a description of landscape role, EVs, routes, gateways, landscape sensitivity onto the next page, visual receptors, current development, and then potential. There are no key characteristics of the landscape set out, so I imagine that for those we must look at that document 821, that's the SNH description of key characteristics of this landscape type. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct.
So those are the source, that is the source of key characteristics for CT3, just so there's no mistake.
That's correct.
Right. If we then go to your inquiry report at 823, or 823, in paragraph 2.3,
Paragraph 2.3, yes.
we say, therefore, the distinctive character of this area is not only the moorland, but its relationship to the improved agricultural ground which surrounds it. You take the rest as read in the adjoining landscape types. I don't quite follow, because the reason for CT3 being a distinct area of LCT 134 is that it has clear key characteristics as described by Nature Scott. It's got a distinct character represented by what SNH say about it in 821. That's so, isn't it?
That is so.
And indeed, CT1 might be useful actually. Do you have access to a map which we might refer to more than once? 1492.
A moment.
It was a favourite reference yesterday, so the reporter will already be familiar with it.
1492. I do have that.
Thank you.
Yes.
When you therefore look at the landscape types surrounding CT3, each of them, were we to have it in front of us, would have their own key characteristics as defined by SNH, wouldn't they? On the same basis as LCT 134.
The character types would, yes.
Yeah, and the key characteristics for CT3 are the same as for CT6 and CT5 and CT4. That's so, isn't it?
Yes, they are all examples of the sweeping moorland and flows landscape character type.
And the SNH author of the CT3 text in the supplementary guidance did not take advantage of the opportunity of writing that guidance to in any way distinguish CT3 from other areas of LCT 134 by any refinement of the key characteristics.
Only to the extent that it is referred to as a relatively contained area of the much wider landscape character type.
That's very fair, and thank you. And you and I can, I'm sure, very readily agree, and we can go to the ghastly GLBIA if we really have to. But perhaps we can agree without going there that when it comes to the assessment of impacts of development on landscape character, you do so by reference, not only by reference. I'm not saying it's just this, but you use the key characteristics in order to ask yourself, as a starting point, is this proposed development congruent with, in conflict with, the key characteristics of the landscape? That's one thing you ask, isn't it?
It is.
Thank you. Against that background, and looking at paragraph 2.3 of the inquiry report, you say the proposed development threatens to isolate it further. By it, do you mean CT3? Or
yes.
What do you mean CT3? Further from the more expansive sweeps of this landscape type to the south and west, so that is CT6, CT4, must be. I'm not sure how this could happen as a result of the development. How could you isolate CT3 from these other areas of the same type through Slickley?
Particularly with reference to CT4, the central Caithness larger sweeping extent of the landscape character type. Although that is a landscape character that has a number of wind farm developments in it, they are contained with a very extensive sweeping moorland area, such that they are, in their extent, they are very much inferior in scale to the extent of the moorland. In this CT3, as more development accrues in that more contained and more limited in extent area, turbines will be much less seen to be inferior in scale to the sweep of the moorland across the landscape, and that has the potential to change the perception of the character such that it no longer looks as if it's part of the same landscape character type as the larger areas. The more wind energy becomes a defining element of that landscape character area, the more it separates it, the more it distinguishes it from the more extensive sweeping areas where turbines are inferior in scale to the extent of the landscape character area.
All right. So when you say it threatens, it is the word isolated further, which grabbed my attention. You mean it threatens to distinguish it in character? Is that a better way of putting it?
That may be a preferable term, yes.
All right, we'll come back to the key characteristics in a moment. At least I understand what that means, and I'm grateful. If we go to paragraph 2.4 of your inquiry report, and forgive me, I'm sure I'm being slow when I say I don't understand what you mean. I'm not being rude to you at all. I'm sure I'm not good at picking these things up, but you're saying contributing to a change of character at the heart of this contained landscape character area, development weakens the sense of a wider landscape which has been eroded at its fringes. Do you mean the fringes within and of CT3? Is that what you're talking about?
I realise that I've perhaps been unclear in what I meant about eroded at the fringes. I'm looking at it in terms of the sweeping moorland is the less managed, less cultivated landscape in this corner of Caithness, and that is separated off from the wider extents further south by the encroachment of cultivation and farming and crofting. So I'm speaking about the less managed landscape being reduced as cultivation and farming, etc., have eaten away at it. So perhaps a slightly emotive term, but I was not referring there specifically to or only to wind energy development. I was talking in the sense of moorland being divided up and, in a sense, being in retreat in the Caithness landscape, in this corner of Caithness.
Well, okay, so I got it clear. You're not pointing the finger at wind energy development here. The erosion or the enhanced transitional experience, if you like, once you get to the edge of CT3 and go into the coastal farmland or the farm lowland, that's resulting from agricultural activity.
Agricultural and obviously Loch End, there is wind energy in the mix, but general assorted development that comes into the edges of it.
All right, I understand that. Of course, there was the opportunity in 2019 for SNH, Nature Scott now, to recognise the trend that you've observed in 2.4 and to redefine in some way the CT3 area of LCT 134, but they chose not to do so, didn't they?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. And in terms of the erosion of the fringes, we can observe, purely as a matter of fact, that Slickley is further into the interior of CT3 and further away from those fringes than Stroopster. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, not taking a scale rule to the very edges, but yes, it is more central than peripheral.
All right, I think that clears up the fringe point, if you like. And when you say further in the paragraph, the development weakens the sense of the wild landscape and strengthens a sense of it being eroded from the interior as well. I confess I had some trouble there in working out exactly what you meant. I'm not saying that makes me brilliant and you haven't written it well, I'm just not understanding.
When I speak of it being wilder, I'm not at all saying it's wild land, but I'm saying that it's less managed land than the surrounding landscape character types, and that with increasing other development at the edges and wind energy at the centre, it all reduces the sweeping extent of moorland. There is much more interruption to the flow of moorland, and that undermines the characteristic of sweeping moorland.
Okay, but of course, that characteristic isn't really present in the area of Stroopster and Slickley anyway, because it's forestry. So you haven't got sweeping moorland there, and to the extent that this development reduces the amount of forestry, then obviously subject to the imposition of the turbines, you are creating additional areas of open moorland. That must be so.
That must be so, and the moorland restoration would be a welcome effect.
All right. I just want to also resolve at least an apparent contradiction between what you've been talking about here. It may not be now, you may have clarified it. Let's go to your precognition, please, at paragraph 11. And you get a silver star because your electronic page numbers are the same as your internal page numbers, so thank you for that. And in paragraph 11 of the precognition, we may have resolved this. Whilst the particular transition from moor to coastal agriculture is not itself affected, so you don't aim a barb at Slickley in that respect. I suspect that what you're saying about Slickley is more that it, in your words, erodes the interior rather than contributes to an erosion of the distinctive character at the edges of CT3. Am I right?
Yes, there was reference yesterday to the sweeping moorland forming the backdrop to the coastal landscapes, which Mrs. Dower regarded as being the key to the sense of place in the area. So I'm agreement that it does form a backdrop to those, and that if the more development there is in that backdrop, the less extent of the moorland in its more essential characteristics, the sweeping moorland and flows type, there is. It's because there is a focus and a central weight of wind energy development at the centre.
Okay. All right. You see, that takes us back, and I think that may be a point to which to have a short break so that Ms. Cowling can access AP-821, the key characteristics of the sweeping moorland and flows. Unless you've got it in front of you, have you got access to that now?
Let me just check my emails. I've had 3
and
emails.
Finley, have you got that?
I can say I've got access to all those documents now.
You haven't? So I wasn't quite sure, Mr. Finley, if you've got it or not. 821. You have, right?
Yes, I have that.
You have that. Good. We need a break at this point. Unless you want to, so
no, I'm fine for now.
Let's carry on. Fine. Here we have the key characteristics of the LCT 134, and if we glance down them, we've got the gentle sloping or undulating landform, occasional isolated hills, rocks and mature meandering rivers, flora, peat cuttings, hagging, improved grazing mainly on the outer fringes. There's your erosion point, the improved grazing on the outer fringes. I think you were referring to earlier. Coniferous forests, rivers broadly, very sparsely settled, vehicular tracks, and Gloria B, wind farms are already a key characteristic of this landscape. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I agree with that.
Including this part of CT3, they are a key characteristic. You're happy with that description?
Yes.
And so strictly, the impacts, of course, we have to, I'm not being simplistic about this, but strictly can be seen as a development which is consistent with a key characteristic of this landscape area and type.
In that wind farms are characteristic and it is a wind farm, then yes.
You'd be surprised if it wasn't, but at least we have a confirmation given by the Nature Scots Home.
Yeah, I apologise.
That's all right. Thank you for that. Would you get out now your inquiry report at paragraph 3.1?
Yes.
This is at page 4. In weakening the integrity of the LCA, which lies at the heart of this corner of Caithness, the development reduces a sense of place, and I've noted the higher case S&P, which arises from the interaction of coastal cross and small farms around the seaboard and the interior of LCT 134, which are echoed in microcosm on the Dunnet Head promontory. A couple of questions on the paragraph. If you would have in front of you, when answering this, 14.9.2, you remember that map again? That would be helpful.
Yes.
Now, you use the word heart of this corner of Caithness. We can agree, I think, for what it matters, that this proposed development is in the geographical centre of CT3. I think you already confirmed that.
Yes.
But I would guess that in this paragraph, you're not talking so much about the LCT and its characteristics, or CT3, as about your concept of sense of place, which is something different, isn't it?
Yes, I've headed that paragraph, the susceptibility of local landscape character composition. And trying to draw out the difference between a landscape character type as the very focused description of the character regardless of where it arises, and landscape character area, which is a place and has its own interactions and different examples of the type may have different extents and different neighbouring landscape characters, different relationships to the sea, etc.
So it's a broader concept than LCTs, and the more technical side is a broader concept that doesn't necessarily acknowledge LCT boundaries.
I'm not seeking to disregard the LCT boundaries at all. They're very useful for understanding what the different landscape characters that come together in an area are. But as I say, a landscape character area is, particularly when they're constrained in extent, is an area as well as a description.
All right.
So it's GLVIA3 does warn against sort of too much silo thinking and thinking in terms of a landscape character as a defined type, and remembering to put it back into the landscape context. I'm probably going to regret mentioning GLVIA3 since I cannot cite paragraph number where it says that.
I'm not taking you there, don't worry. But I want to get clear, though, that I think I have got it clear that in 3.1 you are more talking about this concept of sense of place than the LCT or LCA, the area of the LCT itself. But I've noticed you've used higher case, and I'm wondering why. Is this a concept you've drawn from somewhere, or is it your concept? What's the origin of this?
I very nearly didn't give it capital letters. I swithered on whether to, and I did check whether there was a useful definition I could land on anywhere. It's certainly a concept that's been part of my landscape understanding and landscape practice since student days, that you are looking at what makes the character of the place, as distinct from landscape character type, meticulously and scientifically described. Yeah. What are the things that come together to make a place a place, rather than another example of...
I'm not criticising your use of it at all. I just want to understand it. Yeah. I can take the higher case as being not terribly important. It sets a place anyway. So using that concept for a moment, in terms of what you say in 3.1, can I suggest that if we adopt that approach rather than the more usual LCT approach and key characteristics, that the overriding character of this corner of North Caithness is really the influence of the coast, isn't it? That's what the unfailing, the ever-present backdrop, it's what's in your mind. It's the presence of the coast which is influencing the character, the sense of place of the area.
That is certainly a large and important part of it, and what gives the coastal strip, where the main transport corridors are, what gives them part of their particular character is how narrow they are and how confined they are between the sweeping moorland and flows landscape and the coast itself. And so that aspect of their character depends on the role of the sweeping moorland and flows that they're constantly butting up against. So I think the interaction of the two, or of the three, is all what comes together to reinforce the character and give sense of place to those coastal landscapes.
Yes, well, looking at your precognition of paragraph 11, I think we see that approach there, that the balance whilst the particular transition is not itself affected, the balanced relationship between coastal farms and small farms and sweeping moorland, which forms an important backdrop, would be significantly affected if the LCT 134 became host to more turbine development. So I think we're noting there that the inland moorland is a backdrop to the essential character of this part of North Caithness being the coastal character. It's a backdrop to it.
I think both are essential elements to the overall character.
All right.
They work together.
All right, well, we may disagree there, but I see where we disagree now, so thank you for that. Sticking with paragraph 3.1 of the inquiry report, and you draw attention there to an echo and microcosm on the Dilateur promontory, and the echo and microcosm is of what? A microcosm of what?
I was just referring to the fact that you have not identical, but you have similar landscape juxtapositions. You've got high cliffs and sheltered bays as a boundary to the sweeping moorland and flows at one part. You've got coastal crofts and farms at another part. There is a difference in that the sweeping and moorland and flows goes right up to the cliff edges at some points, but they're just exploring the theme of the kind of repetition of sweeping moorland and flows in different sizes, and that it can still have a lot of the essential key characteristics of central moorland and flows, even in quite small areas. So really it wasn't seeking to do more than draw attention to the repetition of smaller areas of sweeping moorland and flows, and
okay. But I suggest that actually CT5, which is what you're talking about here, is very different. I'm frankly surprised it's in the same LCT. It's very different from CT3, CT4, and even CT6, and that the influence of those massive cliffs transition from the sweeping moorland immediately to the sea via the cliffs. It makes it of a very different character to the broader areas of LCT 134 to the east and southeast and south. It's not really a microcosm at all. CT3 is quite different. CT5 is quite different.
I think it's very much agree with your point that smaller contained examples of a landscape character area such as sweeping moorland and flows can have be perceived differently due to what they abut.
Well, we agree there. Thank you. I think there is an agreement on the point I put. Thank you. In terms of just pick up one small point before I think reaching a convenient moment for a short break, perhaps. In terms of the geographical extent of significant landscape character effects, go to your inquiry report at 2.5, where you refer to chapter 6 of the EIAR, and which identified potential significant residual effects on landscape character within about 5 km of the site. Following design revision, the SEI indicated that would reduce to significant effects major 2 to 3 kilometres and significant moderate residual effects out to about 5. I'm in agreement that significant effects would still be experienced out to 5. Now, I'm not sure if we're at odds there or not, but I want you to go, please, to document 125A. Now, that is the chapter 6 of the Environmental Impact Assessment Report. You may have it in a hard copy, I don't know. It's electronic page 83 for those who are looking for that.
I'm looking at an electronic copy. What was the page number again? Sorry.
Electronic page 83. It's a long unnumbered paragraph, so I'll take you to where on the page I mean. Halfway down, you see a paragraph taking the LCT's inherent characteristics, and that's the one. And there we have the findings of medium magnitude limited to approximately 3 km, and taking into account sensitivity affected to a significant major extent 2 to 3, reducing to moderate out to 5. So that's the origin of your record in 2.5 for the EAR. If we go to the SEI now, which is document 3.7, bear with me while I get to that myself. Electronic page 39. Paragraph 3.7. So I've given you the wrong document reference, very stupid of me. It's document 1.3 at paragraph 3.7 on electronic page 39. Apologise for that. And right at the bottom of that page.
Sorry, could I hesitate a moment? So it should be looking at 1.3.
That's right.
Right, I'm not sure if I'm looking in the right place. I'm looking at a list of 1.3 point something.
Okay, let me just check that for you. $135. My apologies, I'm not doing very well here. 135. It's the SEI text anyway.
$1.3.5.
That's it.
Yeah.
And then electronic page 39.
Yes.
And the short point at the end of this is simply the SEI, if you look at the bottom of that page, says nothing different from the ES, does it? There's no, what we say in paragraph 2.5 of your query report. SEI indicated this would reduce. There's no reduction. It's precisely the same finding as in the EIAR, isn't it?
Yes, I accept that I've misinterpreted at the point I was writing that.
That's all right, no problem. So that would be a convenient moment for a mid-morning break if you wanted one.
I would appreciate that.
Okay, thank you both. Mr. Trinick, what's your estimates, if you're able to do it, as to how much longer in cross-examination you think will be?
Approximately halfway through. I can't remember how long we've been going, but whatever that means. So another hour, so an hour and a half.
Okay, that's okay. So that's 11:50 then. So we come back and start again at 12 o'clock.
Yeah, I think we have a slightly late lunch. We'll finish by a late lunch, I hope.
Okay, a light lunch. Okay, so if we stop for a short break now until 12, that would be great. Thank you. Okay, welcome back everyone. If we're all ready to continue, I will pass back to Mr. Trinick. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Cameron, what I want to do now is to see what other people have had to say about the landscape character effects of wind farms in this area. We can go straight to 1225, please, which is the Stroopster decision by Mr. Shield. I think that was that inquiry where Mr. Finley and I first encountered each other. If we go to paragraph 11, here the reporter talks about landscape impact. I just want to go through quickly a couple of paragraphs here. Can we see in paragraph 11, and this is why I took you through that historical exercise earlier, that he refers to the pre-2019 categorization of landscape types, doesn't he, to flat peatland and sweeping moorland. It's what we now call sweeping moorland LCT 134, isn't it?
Yes.
Good. And we note some key characteristics of the sweeping moorland in that paragraph halfway down, simple visual composition, etc. I'm not going to read it all out, it's there for us to look at. And so it goes on practically at the end of that paragraph, and that can be read by the reporter later. I don't need to rehearse it. And then in 12, the CSLCA. What was the CSLCA? Remind me what the CSLCA was. Caithness and Sutherland.
Yeah, Caithness and Sutherland Landscape Character Assessment.
The 1998 assessment suggests sweeping moorland may be favoured for wind energy development. Well, that was a prognosis then, obviously, in 1998, on account of its typically consistent high wind speeds, etc., etc. And there's guidance given there, which is now historical, so I'm not going to go into that. Coming down to paragraph 15, we have the approach of SNH, don't we? It notes that this area of the LCT is relatively small compared to elsewhere in Caithness, surrounded by more complex and settled landscapes, for which its openness and simplicity of backcloth. There we are, an echo of your evidence to some degree there, the backcloth point. Nonetheless, in its original consultation response in 2005, that was the scoping stage, I think, SNH said that although wind farm would have a significant effect on local landscape character, it wouldn't warrant an objection. Now, I interject there just to note the obvious that the basis on which Nature Scott may now object is quite different to the basis on which SNH did object then. It needs a national interest now, it didn't then. So we can note that. Because otherwise I think Mr. Finley might leap in at some stage. It reiterated this view in response to the application. Then we go over the page. The new feature would not significantly change the character of the landscape of this area, which is vast in scale and network of roads and settlements, other modifications. While modification by people exerts a stronger influence on the landscape of northeast Caithness and other parts of the county, doesn't set a precedent for further large-scale development, which needs to be considered in its own right. The turbines would be visually prominent, but would not be a dominant feature, nor prevalent within views into, out of, and within northeast Caithness. For these reasons, the impacts are acceptable. Now, ignoring the last sentence, because you don't find the impacts are strictly acceptable, and I don't know what you feel now about Stroopster, would you say that SNH's observations in that paragraph are broadly correct?
Yes.
And when the reporter comes on in paragraph 16 to give his conclusions, he notes in the fourth line, although not as extensive as other areas of this type further southwest in Caithness, this site shares their general landscape characteristics. So far, so good, Ms. Cowley?
Yes.
The relationship to the surrounding more settled landscape serves to diminish the sense of remoteness of the site. And of course, Stroopster is closer to those settled landscapes, and slickly we can note that, and increases the extent to which it is already influenced by man-made changes. And further down, taking the last four lines, Taking a broader view, however, I'm not convinced the landscape character and quality of the site was such distinctiveness it could not accommodate the development, which I've already indicated would form a relatively simple visual composition set against the wide, virtually flat skyline. Any problems with the reporter's findings in that paragraph, as far as you're concerned?
No.
Excellent, thank you. Just as an aside, in cross-examination of Mrs. Dow yesterday, there wasn't a discussion, there was a reference by Mr. Finlay to the possibility that there was a finding that Stroopster would be dominant made by the reporter in the Stroopster decision. I note and want your comment on this, that we find no such finding within this decision, that Stroopster itself, as opposed to sequentially and cumulatively with other wind farms, will be dominant. Are you in a position to agree or disagree with that?
I did review that yesterday after that was mentioned, and I think I am in agreement with you.
Thank you. If we then go to the Lock End decision, which is CD 1217, and this isn't a play it again sound moment, so I wouldn't do that to you. This is a decision on Lock End made in 2014. If we go to paragraph 28 of that decision, we can see what the reporter...
I beg your pardon, could you just pause for a moment and give me the reference again?
Yes, it's EP 1217, the Lock End decision.
Got it.
And when you get there, if you go to paragraph 28, it's on page 5.
Yes.
Here we have, I'm sure you've read this carefully, this document, have you? You're familiar with the Lock End decision?
I believe so.
Yeah, you read it for the purposes of this inquiry, in other words.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And had read it when it was new and shiny.
I understand that, so we can go through it fairly quickly. There's a record of the landscape character type in paragraph 28 and 29. The appeal site can, in my view, be to a degree be considered in a transitional area. Now, that's the Lock End, of course, and if the reporter goes back to Lock End for the purposes of the Slickley site visit, I guess he would observe that it really is a transitional area, isn't it? It's where open moorland meets farming.
It is.
Very transitional. And there's things in forestry there as well, isn't there, at Lock End?
There is.
Yeah, so more transitional, I would suggest, than Slickley in the heart of this area.
Yes.
Yeah.
It sits on the boundary, on or close to the boundary between two landscape character areas.
Yeah. Paragraph 31, to be fair to the case for Highland Council, the reporter notes there at the end, it is considered that a wind farm will tend to appear most rational where arranged in a clearly ordered manner. Now, in that case, of course, Lock End is 4 turbines, and I think they are in a very ordered manner. They're in a straight line, aren't they?
They are.
Right. 33, no reason to conclude intrinsically that the sweeping moorland landscape is unable to accommodate wind turbine development. I think you would agree with that, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Yep. And 35, I acknowledge that Lock End, is not within the wide open areas of this landscape character type, which the LCA considers would help accommodate the scale of wind turbine development. However, I don't consider, 2 sentences later, that the development would be so large in scale to significantly affect the overall character of either the sweeping moorland landscape in which it sits or the nearby types. Any problem with any of the reporter's findings in that decision?
No.
You are allowed to say if you do have a problem, Eve.
No, as regards Lock End, I think that's all fair comment.
Okay. And to get one point clear, I took this from your, going back to your precognition now, paragraph 6. You're in agreement with Ms. Dow that significant changes will occur within the area of this LCT not be significant effects on other landscape character types within 15 kilometres. I think you confirmed this in chief, but you make no claim of any significant landscape character effects on CT1, coastal crofts and small farms, or CT9, the farm lowland plain, do you?
No.
Thank you. One small point on supplementary guidance, because I'm going to go there really with, in many ways, with Simon Heinzel. I've got a couple of points for you, though. And as an aside, first of all, let's go to AP72, the supplementary guidance. That's internal page 98, electronic page 178.
Yes.
You make a point, I think it's in your recognition, that you believe the reference to Duncan Head is an error and it should be Dunnet Head.
I believe it may be an error. I can't speak with certainty, but it would seem more applicable to Duncansby Head.
Sorry, to Dunnet Head or to Duncansby Head?
Oh, sorry, to Dunnet Head. It's how easy it is to say the wrong one.
For the record, we agree with you. That may be helpful to the reporter to note that. And we think it probably was an error. Where we probably won't agree with you is in relation to what you say in your inquiry report at 4.3. So let's go there. And 4.3, your 4.3 is against the background of a discussion of the supplementary guidance. So you're talking about, when you say this gives a clear indication, the supplementary guidance gives a clear indication of what might be expected. And then there are 3 bullet points I want to explore briefly with you. Trying to maintain the distinction between your evidence and that of Simon Heinzel, who, well, visual, who comes later, but probably failing. First of all, maintain physical and visual separation. Well, physical separation, I think it's about 4.6 kilometres. And that physical separation is maintained, isn't it? We're talking about visual separation here. That's the issue.
Yeah, separation as yes.
Yeah. So what do you mean by visual separation?
Give me just a moment. That given that Loch End has the clear and simple format which you highlighted in taking us to the report, the decision, and Stroobster is a more complex layout because it covers a wider area and it's responding to a number of constraints, not only landscape and visual ones, that they are quite different in character, and that Loch End relates more directly to cultivated land that lies to one side of it. So depending on where you're perceiving it from, it has different relations to landscape. So what I took from the guidance was that keeping those separated in perception, which requires physical separation, allows the characters of the two developments to remain distinct and readable.
I see. Well, of course, yeah. The problem I see with that is this, that from certain directions, it's simply not going to be possible to maintain a visual separation because, say, from Dunnet Head or from Barrack, from the northwest, you're looking through Loch End towards Slickley. So any development, of whatever character, with whatever layout took place in the Slickley area, you are not going to get visual separation from Loch End, are you?
It wouldn't be possible to maintain visual separation from every possible standpoint. But what I had understood from the current wind energy development paragraph was that the visual and physical separation that currently exists should not be reduced.
Well, let's just see. This is your understanding in 4.3, isn't it? It's not what the guidance actually says.
Yes, it's.
So if we go to 7.2 and we go to internal page 99, electronic page 179, from which text do you extract your understanding that we should maintain physical and visual separation between Loch End and Stroopster?
Right, can you just give me a moment to
Yes, of course.
quickly reread my preceding paragraph?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. In the current wind energy development paragraph on page 98 of 7.2, it's in describing current situation. It says Loch End Wind Farm, small group of large-scale turbines located to the very west of CT3. The two developments are partially physically and visually separated by the central elevated moorlands of CT3. So what I was drawing from that, from my bullet point, was that such separation as exists should be maintained.
Well, we disagree. I mean, that is not guidance. That's simply a record of what is under the heading of current wind energy development.
Yeah.
Sorry, could I just finish the question? No, it's okay. If you're the poor benighted developer coming to this area and you think, well, what do I have to do to make a development acceptable? You can read what is, and that's what is. But you have to look at the guidance to say what should be, and the guidance is on the next page. Potential for wind energy development. That's the guidance.
Yes, I take your point.
You take my point, and there's no guidance there that you should maintain any particular, forget physical, I don't think it's important, but visual separation between Loch End and Stroopster through the development of another site. There's no guidance there at all, is there?
The guidance is that the turbines should consolidate and improve the existing layout of Stroopster and avoiding cumulative effects. So I go from those to refer to what the described existing situation is, and the elements which are described there. So I taking the guidance as a follow-on from the description of the current wind energy development.
Yeah, the trouble is, of course, that you didn't write this. The person who wrote it isn't here. I'll be blunt, we have some difficulty understanding some of it, and we have what we have in front of us. But your answer is, my interpretation of that guidance on internal page 99 is that consolidate, improve, and avoid cumulative impacts means we have to maintain some separation from Loch End. My suggestion is that there's no such guidance, and that's simply your interpretation.
That is my interpretation.
I see. But of course, there are degrees to which things are possible. We've already agreed that if you look from the northwest, you're going to see them in a line. We've already agreed that. If it's relevant, because you look through Stroopster from the southeast, the same applies. They're in a line. You're going to see one in relation to the other if you find a reasonably elevated viewpoint. But from other directions, it's simply a question of, do you close the gap or don't you, isn't it? And some you do and some you don't. The gap will be narrowed. That's inevitable, isn't it?
Sorry, are you saying that depending on where you're looking at Loch End and Stroopster, the gap will narrow?
Yes, I probably put the point rather badly. If you've got Stroopster and the guidance clearly says if there's going to be new wind energy development, you should try to consolidate and improve the existing layout of Stroopster, it implies an extension to Stroopster. I think we can agree that.
It certainly implies a close relationship with Stroopster, which the word extension is not specifically included, but I guess that's what it would be.
That's what it would be. And any extension to Stroopster is going to involve, from some directions, some increase in the horizontal extent of the development from various viewpoints. And in some of those viewpoints, the extension will appear closer to Lock End than Stroopster appears. This is inevitable.
I have not explored every design solution to potential extensions to Stroopster, nor I suspect did the author of the guidance, because that is not the role of the guidance, is not to explore every potential development scenario. That's obviously that's appropriate to this level of the process. There would be potentially scope for much smaller numbers of additional turbines, which could other constraints allowing be much closer into the existing grouping of Stroopster. We have seen additional turbines added to other wind farms in other areas where they're filling in areas that are almost within the existing red line as other constraints have fallen away on wildlife grounds or whatever. There are, for an extension of the scope of Slickley, those are perhaps inevitable consequences of closing that gap. But I don't believe, I think our position is that a development of the scale of Slickley doesn't accord with the potential that was identified in 7.2.
Or to be more accurate, the potential as identified by you in terms of separation from Lock End through your own interpretation of that guidance, because we can agree there is no direct guidance to avoid any closing of the visual gap between Stroopster and Lock End. We can agree that there's no guidance there to that effect.
There is no specific statement in the potential for wind energy development that says that space should be maintained.
All right. I'm going to follow this through with Mr. Heinzen. It's inevitable that some of the same points will come up, but that's as far as I want to go with you in terms of looking at the constraints which influence the development of Slickley. I imagine that he's the right person to put those points to as the planning officer rather than you. Am I right?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought so. Coming on to the second bullet point in 4.3, the aim to remedy the uneven composition. Knowing that you didn't write this document, from which part of it do you extract that particular advice? I mean, remedy the uneven composition. Is this improve the existing layout? Is that your interpretation of what that means?
Yes, the line in the guidance says consolidate and improve the existing layout of Stroopster. Yeah. So I look to the description of the current wind energy development to see what that says about the failings of the current layout of Stroopster and interpret that.
When you say the failings of the current layout of Stroopster, why is it a failing? It was approved by a reporter. It's been deemed to be acceptable development. Isn't it a trifle arrogant for Highland Council to come back some years later and say, well, that wasn't very good, let's make it better?
I think we've all learned a lot about how wind farms relate to the landscape since then, but not, I apologise, that was probably flippant. To go back to this, there is a description that the uneven composition heightens its prominence. To my reading, that is describing something that is capable of being improved, and that is what is borne out by the guidance to consolidate and improve the existing layout. That the writer of the guidance sees scope for improvement, and that's where my second bullet point comes from.
Now that's a fair answer, because you didn't write it, as we know. But we can agree that you may not know, in which case say so. But I would imagine it's probably common ground that the layout of Stroopster is a response to the constraints of the site, and not just landscape and visual constraints, but other constraints, as is the case with most wind farms.
Yes, I'm fully accepting that landscape and visual are not the only constraints on the design of wind farms.
Yeah. Someone didn't sit down with a pen and say, let's design the wind farm like this with a lovely uneven composition. The uneven composition resulted from necessary constraints of other types. We can agree that, can't we?
I see no reason to disagree.
Okay, thank you. Let me just elsewhere in your, yes, in 5.3, where you're talking about Dunnet Head. So just bear in mind you're looking from one viewpoint here. You say the uneven, second bullet point in 5.3, the uneven composition of Stroopster is emphasised by the greater uniformity of the proposed development. I'm left utterly puzzled now as to where you're going with this point, because are you saying that to remedy the uneven composition, you should replicate the design or the point with the design of Slickley? I'm left wondering where on earth you go to achieve your objective.
My response to the design for Slickley, as we see it, is that in this view, it's sitting adjacent to Stroopster and with a visibly different character as it is seen in those views, and that with the as I said, the greater uniformity of the proposed development makes the more spaced out, uneven composition, as it was described in 7.2. It's highlighted by contrast.
You see, I'm going to go back to Mr. Heinsohn from a visual perspective to explore this. But if you look at first 5.3, where we've just been, second bullet point, uneven composition emphasised by greater uniformity, we go to 4.3, the aim is to remedy uneven composition. But if we also go to 4.5, second paragraph, appearing adjacent to Stroopster, proposed development emphasised rather than ameliorate unevenness in composition. And the revised composition has 3 sets of turbines, creating a significant stacking of blades, less ordered composition than the original. You're struggling here, aren't you, to make sense of this advice in the supplementary guidance? I'm not sure that you really know how you would go about improving the existing layout of Stroopster. Is that a fair observation?
I'm not sure that it's for me to know how it would be achieved. It's for me to look at a proposal and see whether I feel it achieves it. I'm not a wind farm designer. I've not had that role.
Well, I understand that, but as a planning authority, promoting the advice here as part of the development plan, as part of the statutory plan, a developer might reasonably expect to receive some guidance from that local authority, and in particular from you as the landscape officer, on how on earth to approach this guidance. Are you saying it's not my job, it's for somebody else to respond to that and I'll make a judgment about it?
No, as the process has gone on, we collectively, the planning service have attempted to provide that guidance, and I think my view is that ultimately this is not a site that lends itself to achieving what the guidance set out in 7.2 perhaps hoped for.
Well, that's interesting you put it that way, and I've noted it carefully. This is not a site which lends itself to the achievement of those objectives. Is that your evidence?
I believe I said perhaps it's not a site that lends itself to that.
Right. Fair enough.
I think there are potentially locations around Stroopster where additional turbines might have been incorporated, which met the aspirations of the guidance, but that a site of this extent, that is by its nature stretches away from the Stroopster turbines, will always struggle to meet the objective set out in 7.2.
All right, well, I'll explore that further with Mr. Heinsohn as the planning officer when I come to his evidence. I have your view, and thank you for that. In terms of the third bullet point, I'm also going to explore that with Mr. Heinsohn. I'll be repeating ground if I do it with you and him. So let's move on. I want to turn finally, and so we're getting on quite well. I think we'll be through in about 15 minutes, to Dunnet Head SLA. So let's go to paragraph 5.1 of your report, please. This is where you start talking about the SLA.
Yes.
The equivalent paragraphs for your note in the recognition is paragraph 13 and onwards. What I want to do, first of all, is to look at AP711, which is the citation for the SLA. I'll get that myself a moment. Bear with me, I'm just trying to find it. Here we are. It's electronic page 8, first of all. Where we get the boundary. That's the boundary of the SLA for the reporter's note. On the question, I'm just taking us through this. And then electronic page 35 is where the text on Dunnet Head starts with some photographs. And then we come down on electronic page 37 to the description of the area, an overview, and the key landscape and visual characteristics. But perhaps for our purposes, more importantly, on electronic page 38, we have special qualities, because that's what we're discussing in this inquiry. And there are 7 special qualities in total. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
And the position of Highland Council is that we impact number 4, the 4th bullet point, in clear conditions, expansive views, etc. That's where we're debating matters, isn't it?
Yes.
But you don't claim any impact on the other special qualities, at least as far as your evidence is concerned. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct.
Would you agree with me that when assessing the impacts on the development on the special qualities of the SLA, it's important to look at matters in the round, isn't it? Not simply to say, well, you'll impact one, therefore you affect integrity of the SLA, or you you have an overall effect on the special qualities. You look at them all in the round, don't you?
Yes.
So simply focusing on one might be a mistake. It's a bit too limited. Would you agree with that?
Drawing attention to one where I feel that there is an effect is not the same as only considering one.
So should you repeat that? I'm sorry, I didn't quite get that.
I took your question to suggest that I might have only looked at that one quality. I might have focused on it because that was where I perceived an adverse effect, but it wasn't considered in isolation.
Well, forgive me, but I think it is. In your evidence, you focus only on this single special quality, don't you? In 5.1, you quote that special quality, and in the end of your evidence, you conclude on the effects of the special quality purely in terms of that one quality. That's correct, isn't it? You don't mention any other quality.
It's correct that I don't mention the other qualities.
All right. If we go to your inquiry report at 5.2,
yes,
this is where you give really the substantive evidence about impacts on the special quality. And elsewhere, let me just go to it, in your recognition, let's go to paragraph 14, where you're responding to Mrs. Dyer's evidence, and you take us to the Lyth decision, which was canvassed extensively yesterday in cross-examination of Mrs. Dyer. Yep?
yes.
Did you think to look at the Lock-End decision when giving your evidence so as to give a rounded position? You said you were familiar with this earlier on in cross-examination. Just wondering why you chose not to mention Lock-End.
I came to the wind farm one due to my recollection that the effects were similar, and that it was one where the effects had been found not to be acceptable. I wasn't intending to disregard Lock-End, but the relevance on this effect took me to Lyth. That was what was in my recollection, and that was what I went to.
Well, would you agree that Lock-End decision is somewhat relevant to the issues we're talking about here and the SLA?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, and indeed, the Lock-End decision post-dated Lyth by a matter of months, and it was so recent that, in fact, the reporter for Lock-End went back to ask some questions about the SLA of SNH following the dismissal of the Lyth appeal. It's that relevant, isn't it?
Yes.
This is why I was surprised that this decision has escaped your attention, but there we are. Let's go to it and go to paragraph 8, please, of the Lock-End decision. And we can take a lot of it as read, paragraph 9. Sorry?
It's okay. I was needing reminding of the paragraph number, but you've just done that.
Sorry, I should have done it earlier. Paragraph 9, there we are. Both the Council and SNH are of the view. But of course, that view was given at the time when the Lyth application was still current, and we must bear that in mind initially. And paragraph 10, SNH highlighted the following key characteristics. 12, the Council's report of handling and its appeal submission refers to SNH's view and the second reason for refusal relating to the SLA. Then 14, the reporter asked SNH to update their view following the dismissal of the Lyth appeal, and they came back, paragraph 15, acknowledging that dismissal meant the cumulative effects would be reduced. However, it took the view that Loch End is in an area where there are no current wind farms apart from Stroopster, and that the addition of Loch End closer to Dunnet Head would have the potential for significant cumulative effects. So they maintained the position in terms of Loch End itself, 16 potential for adverse cumulative effects, and then 17, importantly, I suggest, and this is why I'm surprised this escaped attention, noted the appellant's view that the main focus of the public viewpoint is towards Orkney. The secondary view is to the quadrant to the southwest along the coast and towards distant mountains, i.e. in the direction of Stroopster. And the reporter found that analysis to be convincing. And he goes on to talk about it. I won't rehearse the whole thing in paragraphs 19, 20, 21. And it concludes that although the development would have a visual impact, there would not be a significant impact on this key characteristic. That's the one we're talking about today, of the SLA. And 22, his final comments. Now, you're familiar with this text, aren't you?
Yes.
Mm. And can we note that Slickley is the viewpoint 13 at Dunnet Head, I should be careful here, is 14.8 kilometres from Slickley is at 14.8 kilometres from viewpoint 13. Loch End is a distance of 10 kilometres from viewpoint 13. So it's somewhat closer, isn't it?
Yes.
And you were going to say, I know, and I'll say it for you, the turbines are smaller. I understand that, but the distance is greater. It's a matter of judgment for this reporter. But he would be right to have regard to the findings of Loch End and not just Lyth when reaching that view, wouldn't he?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Cowling, thank you so much for answering all my questions so quickly, very efficiently. Thank you, sir. That's the end of the cross-examination.
Okay, thank you very much to you both. Ms. Cowling, I assume if it's going to be quick, you'd rather get the re-examination over with before lunch. So I'm going to, presuming that is the case, I'm going to ask Mr. Findlay what he thinks in terms of how long that's going to take.
Well, if I said 5 minutes and you doubled it for an advocate's time estimate, 10 minutes. So we would finish before lunch by 1 o'clock.
If you're content with that, Ms. Cowling, I would suggest we just do that, and then we can get back afresh with Mr. Henson after lunch. Okay, carry on then. Thank you very much.
Just sticking with the decision we're on. You introduced Lyth as a response to Mrs. Dower in your precognition. It as a matter of record, we can see it's not a matter that you relied on in your report itself. Is that correct?
Yes.
And hesitating re-examining on a document that the reporter himself prepared. But if you go to paragraph 24 in the Loch End decision, which is paragraph Mr. Trinick didn't take you to, the reporter here deals expressly with the contrast between Lyth and Loch End in respect to the SLA. He says, although the Loch End turbines, Loch End would be 1 to 2 kilometres closer to Dunnet Head than Lyth, a much smaller number of turbines and narrow proportion of view it would take, in my view, renders the cumulative impacts of Stroopster less than would have been the case with Lyth. Just remind us, if you can, that the size of the turbines at Loch End and Lyth, were they the same size? It's a matter of record.
I don't have them in front of me, and I'm afraid at this stage do not trust myself to pluck numbers from the air. I apologise. And I think, James, you froze for a moment. So if you were speaking, I didn't get that.
No, I did freeze, but I've unfrozen, and I'll probably go in and out and reconnect after lunch because it's been happening during the course of the day. So I think that's all I wanted to do with respect to the lock-end decision. More general question arising for cross-examination. If you take Stripster and Slickly together, could you describe the combined effect as providing a simple visual composition, or in terms of the contrasting styles and turbines and whatever?
I think that there is a complexity that arises from their different proportions, the different scale of the turbines, and with the wider spacing, that's particularly if we're still talking about views from Dunnet, the wider spacing, the turbine blades of Strubster are generally clearing the horizon. The turbine blades of Slickly would generally be cutting across the horizon. There is quite a difference in character of development, and that adds a complexity to it. It doesn't have the simplicity of turbine blades sweeping clear of the horizon that the currently constructed Strubster alone has.
And you gave your answer there from the viewpoint of Dunnet Head, but if you take it in the round again, trying to take into account the viewpoints again, what's your view as to whether you would describe the combination as presenting a simple or relatively simple visual composition?
In majority of the viewpoints, particularly the closer ones, not so much when you're as far out as Scots Calder, for example, but in closer ones, the difference in scale of the turbines and proportion of the turbines changes their relationship to the landscape. Mrs. Dower yesterday drew attention to the fact that Slickly would sit within somewhat of a hollow in the landscape, a lower area, which combined with the greater rotor diameter and the different relationship the rotor diameter has to the overall construction means that those blades are always going to be seen in much closer association with the horizons and the internal horizons of the sweeping moorland landscape, whereas Slickly is often sitting clear of that in the turbine sweep. So I think that always brings a complexity where that's evident.
Thank you. And one last point, it relates to AP-821, which is the landscape character type 134. And
yes.
You'll recall Mr. Trinnig asking you about area CT5 and expressing surprise that that was designated as in a similar as part of this landscape character type. If you go to page 3, first of all, under perception, you see in the second paragraph, the sweeping moorlands and flows forms the setting to the lake. Reads on.
You are cutting out again, I'm afraid. I wonder whether it would be possible for James to jump on to Simon's set up just for the final question.
You seem to have a better connection downstairs than you do upstairs, or if I'm getting that the right way around in the building.
I think it's my computer that I'm appearing twice on screen, once frozen and once not. I'll switch my computer off and restart it because it seemed to be fine yesterday. So apologies for having the benefit of me twice on screen. But looking at that, the sweeping moorlands and flows passage that I drew your attention to, how does that, the latter part of that description, perception, fit in with CT5 being appropriately designated?
Well, it's talking about elevation of areas and the sense of exposure, and the CT5 would have that by virtue of its location on the headland, if I'm on the right.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yes.
CT5 is the Dunnet headland.
Yes, yeah.
Yes, that was the last question I wanted to put to you. So thank you very much, Mr. Cowling.
Thank you.
Okay, excellent, thank you. And also thank you, Ms. Cowling, for your evidence. So that is 12:55 or near enough. So is 40 minutes again sufficient for lunch before we pick up again afterwards? Or do you want a bit more time?
I think if you said 45, just because we both have to get lunch, and then Mr. Heinsohn needs to set up in the room that Miss Cowling's in, and vice versa. So if we said 1:45, hopefully that should be sufficient.
Okay, that's fine. So we'll come back in at 1:45. Great. Thank you very much, everyone. Okay. Good afternoon and welcome again, everyone. Good afternoon, Mr. Henson. So we should be just ready to start your examination in chief. So I will hand over to Mr. Findlay. Thank you.
Thank you. You're Simon Heinson, Strategic Projects Team Leader at Highland Council, and you've appended a short CV as Appendix 1 to your report. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And we're going to take your precognition and report as read. If you could turn to 4.2 of your report. The very minor typo at the end of the second line, the I should read in. And you make a comment here about the photography for Dunnet Head, but that has been overtaken by, well, several events, but including document AP 818 and 819, which include new photography from Dunnet Head.
Yes, that is correct, yes. And I'd reviewed those in advance of the inquiry and in preparation of my evidence.
In 4.3 of your report, you set out in tabular form the viewpoint by viewpoint areas of agreement and disagreement. There are just three I want to touch on so that they're not forgotten. 12, 14 and 15 are viewpoints where you don't think there are significant impacts, but you reach a different view of magnitude of change from the EIAR. Two questions on that. Have the new wire lines changed your views at all?
The new wire lines haven't changed my view at all. They perhaps reinforce my view in relation to magnitude of change, but given that the EIA methodology for assessment of effect doesn't cover those matters in any great detail, it wouldn't change my view on magnitude of change. The magnitude of change is largely as a result of the presence of the turbines rather than the design of the scheme.
Right, you. And then in terms of the impacts on viewpoints 12, 14 and 15, given that they're not significant, is that something that can then be ignored, or if not, what account do you say the reporter should take of them?
No, I don't believe that they can be ignored. I think you do need to still consider them, and as the report will be doing, and as I did, they should be taken into consideration in the round with the impact of the other viewpoints as well.
Right. Thank you. We heard a little bit about Loch End this morning. You've got in table 5.4, you've got the as-built dimensions, I believe, in as indeed for Stroutster in the table that follows 5.4.
Sorry, I believe you've frozen.
Sorry, I froze there for a moment, Mr. Heinson.
Yeah. So I heard to the point where you'd set out that I had the turbine dimensions for Stroutster and Loch End at table 5.4, but I didn't hear anything beyond that.
That's fine. They're the as-built dimensions, is that correct?
That is the as-built dimensions, yes.
Okay. And then in paragraph 6.5, you introduce the Loch End Wind Farm Urban Design chapter, THC4, which suggested that the And you pick out the point from 2.5.2 that the model of wind turbine had been chosen to exactly match the model chosen for the consented Stratchester wind farm, but clearly, was they're clearly not the same height. There must have been a further reduction in height following that before the application came before Mr. Liddell.
Yes, it's not clear in the environmental report, having reviewed it in its entirety, in relation to landscape and visual matters in any case, that why they reduced it from a turbine that was going to be exactly the same model as Strouster, why it had been reduced further in height, down to 99.5 metres to tip.
Thank you. We've had some discussion this morning of the guidance AP 7.2. I think it was covered in part by Ms. Cowling, but who carried out the Caithness study? Just so that that's clear. We actually did the field.
The fieldwork was a partnership between Nature Scott and former colleagues of mine. I was involved in the wider fieldwork, but my fieldwork was focused more on the Black Isle and Easter Ross area, as part of the other section of that 2017 addendum, rather than the Caithness fieldwork. I was involved in some discussion in the office on it, but it was my involvement in that was quite limited. It was led by Nature Scott.
Okay. In terms of visualizations, just a short point by where background there is, given the reporter's question yesterday, there is SNH or now Nature Scott guidance on visualizations, which I think is APP 8.7.
Yes, I'm there.
And in respect to the issues raised yesterday, I think you wanted to take the reporter to, I think it's electronic page 31.
Yes, it's paragraph 153, and it's in relation to the reporter's point that or question he put to the applicant's witness yesterday, with regard to the use of colour and filling in or otherwise of the turbines. And paragraph 153 sets out that using the same colour and/or shade for the turbines and the digital terrain model is not recommended due to the lack of distinction between them. And all other options listed above, so that's in paragraph 152, are acceptable, with the caveat that care must be taken to ensure the type of colouring does not produce an illusion that the turbines are closer or further away than the landform on which they're sited. Which Ms. Cowling gave some evidence on this morning in relation to the use of grey turbines on a grey digital terrain model.
Thank you. And then lastly, I want to come to the new wire lines and their impact. And I think we've been through these at some length already, so I'm only going to take you to two viewpoints. Viewpoint one is the first one. And so for this one would need AP 1414 and AP 1.3.10.
I've got both of them in front of me, yes.
Just wait for Porter and Mr. Trinick to catch up. Grateful. Ms. Heinson, you've heard discussion of this for the last day and a half, so I'm not going to ask you to do anything else other than to comment on the accuracy of what we now have before us, and the first of all compared to what we had before, and then the visual impact of Stickley in combination with Stripestone and the D-lock end from this viewpoint.
Okay, so from this viewpoint, the revised visualizations I consider more akin to the photo montage that was provided, that I also used in the field, and what the revised ones show is a clear. Well, I considered previously that there was a clear difference in the proportions of the turbines between Slickley and Stroopster, and I think the revised wire lines reinforce that with that noticeable difference. And in particular, the Stroopster turbines now have, as shown as they were in the photo montage and as they're now shown on the accurate wire lines, have greater clearance from the landform below them, whereas the Slickley ones have a much closer relationship just because of the length of the rotors in comparison to the hub heights between the turbines themselves and the landform, whereas the Stroopster ones won't be necessarily flicking underneath or behind the landform, whereas the Slickley ones would be from this viewpoint.
And in terms of whether the extent to which you'll notice that the difference of design and composition of the wind farm.
In terms of the difference in design and composition of the wind farm, because the turbines are shown now with the shorter rotors, there appears to be more space between the turbines, or at least between the turbine blades, than there was previously shown on the wire lines, and as a result, with the Stroopster ones, they appear just that little bit further apart than those at Slickley, which from this viewpoint certainly have quite a bit of blade overlapping and stacking of turbines, which is not something that is apparent in the Stroopster one to such an extent. While there is a bit of overlapping, particularly at the left-hand side, with that grouping of three. The rest of it is fairly evenly spaced, but with the Slickley scheme, that's not the case, with quite a bit of overlapping and stacking of turbines.
Right. Is there anything else you'd like to say about this viewpoint before we move to the final one, which is viewpoint 8?
There's nothing else to add at this viewpoint from me today, no.
Thank you. If we can turn now to viewpoint 8, please. If you can deal with the same points, but perhaps to begin with, when everyone's there, explain why you've chosen this as the other viewpoint to refer to.
So with this viewpoint, with the Stroopster turbines sitting to the rear of Slickley, and there's more overlapping of the scheme from this viewpoint. It allows you to see the contrast in the scale of the development from contrasting scales of the developments. Sorry, in relation to the Slickley scheme. Between Slickley and Stropster. And what is more clear with the revised wire lines is that, apologies, this isn't very technical sounding, but the Stropster turbines appear more tall and spindly, whereas the Slickley turbines appear much more squat. And that then shows that difference is very clearly highlighted between the different turbine models that are, well, the existing turbine model and the proposed turbine model from this viewpoint. And it's particularly noticeable within, I suppose, to the left-hand side of the Stropster scheme, or kind of round about the middle of the Slickley scheme, where those turbines are overlapping, and you do see that difference in scale, and but they are in relative close proximity, the two developments to each other at this point. And it doesn't the change in the way that the visuals have been set out doesn't again change my view on the magnitude of change or the significance of effect, but it does change the nature of the effect a little bit with the because of the overlapping of the two schemes, with the smaller turbines or smaller rotors at Stropster, certainly.
And then just final question, stepping back from particular viewpoints, trying to draw two matters together that you recall from yesterday, and recall the use of the terminology within the EIAR and the DAS, that what was promoted is being promoted as a step change in design from Stropster, and taking that into account, and also taking into account that I think there's a limited disagreement as to the impact to where one, if any, with you, as to where you find significant effects or not significant effects. How does that step change translate into extent of significant effects?
I think in relation to that, the step change between the turbines of something the scale of Stropster or similar against the proposed 149.9 metre turbines at Slickley, that step change has probably led to a greater level of significant effect than there would be if turbines were of a similar height. But it also changes the nature of the effect with that that difference in scale of the turbines between the schemes, and also considering the way in which that they'd be experienced within the landscape as well, when you're travelling through the area, the visual experience of them within the landscape as you're travelling through the area, and how they may be perceived in terms of the distance between the schemes as a result. And I think if the turbines were of a smaller scale in the Slickley scheme, the scheme would have presented, or may have presented, to read more as a appropriately scaled extension.
Thank you. And that's something you covered further in your report, in terms of number of turbines as well as height of turbines.
Yes.
Yes. I have no further questions, Mr. Hanson, at this stage, but Mr. Trenick clearly will.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Trinick, are you in a position to start cross-examinations now?
I am, so thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Hanson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Trinick.
I'm going to start with some general points on designing a wind farm. And although I know you haven't designed one, you are extremely experienced in reviewing proposed wind farms and providing advice. I'd like to take you first in that context to document 13.1. And I'm lucky enough to have a very large printout of that, but when you get to it on screen, you might wish to zoom in a bit. It's not that easy to see some of the detail on the screen.
Yep. With this particular document, it does tend to take a little while to load up, given the layers on it. But
It does, yeah.
it's I'm there now.
Excellent. Well, zoom as you want, but we'll see how we go. But looking at the area of Slickley, the red line is around the Slickley site, and you've got the caption to the right of 13.1 telling you what all the various colours show. So, for example, we've got the parallel lines going north to south, and that's a communications corridor. We've got the blue areas, which are 50-metre watercourse buffers. These will be design constraints. Areas of forest, that's obvious. We've got to the south of the site, we've got a scheduled monument. That's Kirkstone's down there. We've got to the north and south of the site. I think I've got this right. Got a Ramsar site, an SAC, and obviously a triple SI. And we can note in the context of all this that some of the revisions made to the project was to take account of the Kirkstone's scheduled monument to the south of the site. I mean, this is like many maps you've seen of wind farm sites, I'm sure. They're all constrained more or less by various interdependent factors, aren't they?
Yes, they are, yes.
And if we go to your report of handling, which is AB3.1, electronic page 29, paragraph 880. We can see there, are you there?
Yes, I'm there, sorry.
Yeah. You recall there, you wrote this report, I think, didn't you?
I did, yes.
Yeah. That you and Anne Cowley provided advice through the application process. You give there an indication of what that advice was. I needn't rehearse that because we know what it was. And then sixth last line, advice was also given on how design changes to the scheme could lead to a more acceptable scheme. The design submitted through the SEI has, however, focused predominantly on resolving concerns relating to matters raised by SEPA and HES, not those of areas of concern to landscape and visual impact. This is disappointing. And then if you go on to 893, electronic page 32, we read again. Sorry, are you there?
I am there, yes.
Overall, visual impact assessment is a fair representation of the impacts of the proposal. However, it's unusual for so many visual receptors to be assessed as being significantly adverse affected. Somewhat surprising and disappointing again, relating to the way in which constraints were addressed post-application. Now, if you turn, therefore, to document 2115, you look. And you'll see, if I've got the right number, that is the 30 March 2020 response of HES to the application.
Yes, I'm there.
Are you there, sir?
I am, yes. Oh, sorry, you were speaking to the reporter, not me. Please, you don't need to call me sir, of course, Mr. Trinick.
Of course I will. And we can see there that HES objected to the development. This is the response to the application as submitted. If we go to page 3 of that document, just a reporter's note, there is their assessment of the impact on Kirkstone's settlement, which is a schedule monument. You see that?
Yes.
On the next page, we have the impact assessment set out. At the bottom of that, we consider the turbines 10, 11 and 5, which you've seen the numbers on the constraints map we've already seen, would give rise to significant adverse impacts such that its integrity, on setting in the monument, such that its integrity would be affected. Now, obviously, we're not in policy session here, but I don't think you or I need SPP paragraph 145 in front of us to tell us what the consequences of an adverse effect on the integrity of a schedule monument would be. It means that you need exceptional circumstances to justify a development, doesn't it?
It does, yes. Yeah.
Yeah. And we go on to 2.3.12, which is the second response of HES. This is a brief reference for the reporter's note. Their advice is withdrawn. Their objection is withdrawn in relation to the setting of Kirkstone. So that's their response to the SEI, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Yeah, okay. So that's HES. And then if we go to the SEPA objection, we go to 2.18.
I'm there, yeah.
I was waiting, I think the reporters, I'm going 2.18, sir. There's the advice from SEPA in its response to the application: object on the basis of grounds of impact on deep, peat and water courses. And over the page are the recommendations as to what turbines need to be moved. Do you see that?
I see that, yeah.
And then as a result of the changes made by the SEI, I don't think we need to go there. Just for the reporter's note, 2.3.11 is SEPA's withdrawal of its objection.
Yes, that's correct.
I think you would probably agree that the SEPA objection, and perhaps even with more emphasis from a policy perspective, the HES objection, were pretty serious matters the applicant really had to address.
I agree there were serious matters that the applicant had to address.
If we go to Mrs. Dow's inquiry report, which is 14.4, then we go to electronic page 8, paragraph 126.
I'm there, yep.
She records there what happened following the post-application, well, in the context of post-application design changes, and she records what happened, and then further changes, third line, were proposed to address landscape and visual impacts that arose from these turbine movements, although not all changes could be made given the site constraints. Annex 2 to the report sets out a selection of the post-application layouts were considered, and we needn't go there, but I'm sure you would agree that there were various iterations to try and get around the problem, weren't there?
There were certainly various iterations to get around the Historic Environment Scotland and SEPA objection, and then from the third, well, if we call it the third iteration, the first one being the application as was, it was the fourth iteration, PTL04. That was the first iteration with the landscape architecture input as well.
And that continued. Obviously, we're not issuing all the iterations here. The next one recorded is number 12, and they're still talking about landscape matters. And then there's PPA-270, which is the SEI layout. Paragraph 126 goes on to say, from this series, it can be seen that landscape and visual issues were considered during the design process. but in some cases had to give way to other constraints, although it wasn't possible to implement some L&V-led changes due to peat depth constraints. The result of the process created a layout that addressed peat and cultural heritage issues to the point where SEPA and HES withdrew their objections. Also addressed some landscape and visual issues that arose during that process. Overall, the layout is necessarily a balance between on-site constraint avoidance and reduction of landscape and visual effects. Familiar words to you, I'm sure, Mr. Heinsohn, with your experience of wind farm projects.
Absolutely, every wind farm layout requires to strike a balance.
And so, no surprises there. I mean, I'm just intrigued that you say you were surprised and disappointed in your report of handling. I suggest you probably weren't very surprised because you knew that an HES objection was pretty serious. You may have been disappointed in the outcome, but I would say hardly surprised. This is what happens.
No, I think it's fair to say surprised as well. When we get applications in, taking into consideration matters in the balance, we do try to work with developers to address any concerns that we do have. While there was the objection from Historic Environment Scotland and the objection from SEPA, we were surprised that, and I was certainly surprised that not greater emphasis was put on the landscape and visual impact of the development in that balance to try and achieve changes that would have potentially mitigated the council's concerns with regards to landscape and visual effects of the scheme.
Okay, well, I hear that, but at the same time, you've seen the constraints map.
Mm-hmm.
You've noted the HAS objection. You've noted the potentially serious consequences of that objection. You've noted the peat objection. There's only so far that you can go, isn't there, in designing a site and getting around all the issues, and you've acknowledged that as well. Are you saying that there's something in particular you would have done, short of deleting turbines, which is always an option, in order to make Slickley a better landscape and visual fit at its size of 11 turbines?
Because as you pointed out, I haven't designed a wind farm, but I am aware of the balance that needs to be struck in relation to the on-site constraints and I suppose the off-site constraints as well, and the viability of a scheme. However, I always feel that there is a balance that can be struck, and whether the choice of such a constrained site in this instance to strike that appropriate balance, whether that played into the lack of ability to address address the landscape and visual concerns that the council had set out.
Okay, well, I've noted that, and also noted what Anne Cowling had to say about the site being perhaps a difficult challenge. And I'll come back to that in the context of supplementary guidance later. But my final suggestion on this point is that I think you might have had better reason to feel disappointed if this was an area designated for landscape and visual reasons, whether at a local or national level. But of course, we are here sitting in the SPP Group 3 area, aren't we?
We are indeed in an SPP Group 3 area, but a Group 3 area doesn't mean that you can just set aside landscape and visual effects. We've got to look at those in detail, both as the applicant needs to do that, as does the council as determining authority, or in this case, the reporter now.
I quite agree with you. But in terms of prioritising the issues which must be addressed, I'm sure you can see the logic in an applicant, as it was at that stage, taking the view that, let's put it bluntly, if we're going to have to pick a fight, let's not pick a fight on scheduled monuments with the consequences that follow from that. There may have to be some compromises made, but in terms of trying to get the permission, they're more safely made with landscape and visual effects in a Group 3 area than with a scheduled monument. You should surely see the logic of that.
I can see the logic of that, but there still is that balance that needs to be struck, and in our opinion, further work potentially could have been done to strike that balance in a way that may have been able to allow the planning authority to grant consent for a scheme.
Okay. So what the reporter, can we agree, has to decide in this case is if the resulting landscape and visual impacts, there being no other material impacts for him to consider, left to consider, are so adverse that a proposed wind farm extension in a Group 3 area, where development is said to be acceptable in principle, should nevertheless be refused. That's the equation he has to address, isn't it?
He does have to address whether it, I suppose, in terms of, I suppose it's more of a policy question, but in terms of this question, it's whether the scheme is significantly detrimental overall, which is the test in Policy 67 of the Highland Wide Local Development Plan, obviously taking into consideration paragraph 33 of SPP and the principles in paragraph 29 of SPP.
Yeah, we're agreed on all that. Fine.
So can I just, I haven't interrupted yet, but we have had a policy cross-examination for about the last 15 minutes. And as Mr. Heinsohn's pointed out, and as long as the learned friend is moving on, that's fine. I'm not going to object to it, and I haven't objected so far. But can I just place a warning shot that we do seem to be straying off visual impact, which is what Mr. Heinsohn is here to be discussing.
You're being very restrained. I expected a warning shot earlier, so you left me to ask my questions, and thank you. I am moving on. Inevitably, though, I think, sir, when I come back to CT3 and to the SG, it's an inevitability. We are looking at the words of policy in order to address landscape and visual effects. I can't avoid that. But I won't refer to SPP again, I promise. In your inquiry report at paragraph 6.5, which is electronic page 15.
Yep.
You refer to the design criteria for Lock End and Stroopster, and in THC, you say THC3, I think actually it's THC4. You refer to the Stroopster design chapter, don't you?
I do, yes, and apologies, it is THC3, yes.
So, and I think clearly you appear to commend what that did. Let's have a look and see what actually it did do. We go to THC4, which is starts with the site description, and then moves on through site design rationale, which is fairly basic stuff, frankly, and then to environmental criteria, which is really drawing attention to constraints in and around the site. But then 221 on page 4, we have several design iterations were examined. The detailed positioning was designed to, and then we got non-visual material in points 1 and 2 and 4 and 5 and 6, but the only design criteria that I see is the rather we like nice people type of criteria, arranging the turbines to minimize visual impact within other environmental criteria, including design considerations from main viewpoints, including Worth Hill. That's it, isn't it?
That is it in this document. But what I do think is important, that it has identified a main viewpoint. It says including Worth Hill. I'm sure there were others as well, but it has identified that key viewpoint from where they've effectively designed the wind farm from.
Yes, nevertheless, I think if you saw that lack of detail in a series of landscape-related design objectives in 2022, you might be somewhat surprised. You would expect rather more, wouldn't you? It's pretty...
I would indeed, yes.
Yeah, thank you. And if we go to the Lock End document, which is THC 5, which you also deal with in paragraph 6.5 of your inquiry report. And we go to electronic page 5, actual page 5 of that document, paragraph 2.5. You see the heading project design, and we know what was said. Clean, simple design using the linear arrangement of turbines, a slight curve being added to avoid stacking, and then some stuff about the size of turbines. As we know, they were built rather smaller than said there. Only 4 turbines at Lock End, no cumulative issues in terms of a wind farm being next door, correct?
Correct. They've not identified any anything at this point in this paragraph, certainly, in relation to cumulative issues, but there were cumulative issues which needed to be considered as part of the overall consideration of the application.
I agree with that, but in terms of what they said at this stage, it's also probably a fairly obvious point. It's much easier to plan a simple row of turbines, a linear design with a curve in it, so it looks nice when you've only got 4 turbines as opposed to 10, 11, 12 or more, isn't it?
It absolutely is. The less turbines, the easier it is to get a balanced or at least appropriate design from a range of different locations. However, it's not unheard of. I appreciate it's not in front of the inquiry, but the Salaki wind farm, for example, that was recently considered by the Council's North Plan Applications Committee. That was I can't remember whether it's 7 or 9 off the top of my head, unfortunately, sorry. But it was a greater number than 4 in any case. And that came forward with a simple linear form of turbines. And that was largely down to the land holding not being constrained as a result of that. But just moving on, in terms of that cumulative issue within the Stroopster, Lock End design statement, it goes on, as Mr. Finlay took me to in evidence in chief, about the and as set out in my inquiry report, in relation to the wind turbine being chosen to match exactly the model chosen for the consented Stroopster wind farm, which I believe is how they've taken the cumulative matter into account, notwithstanding my previous comment about it actually being smaller than the Stroopster wind farm.
Well, yes, I'm glad you're leading me into my next point. Thank you. If you go to table 1310, which is derived from the table in your inquiry report, you've added rather more columns and some detail. Table 1310, tell me when you're there.
I'm there, yeah.
We can see Lock End there. We see the size of it, the as-builts. We can see the date it became to operation, and perhaps more importantly, the date of the appeal decision. And we can also note, can't we, that it had ROC benefits?
I can't confirm whether it had ROC benefits or not. I'm not aware of that, but it was round about the same time that lots of schemes were going through, and I think it was round about 2014 to 2015, the cut-off date for ROCs, rather than the first round of CFD.
Yes, but if you look at
ROC benefits are not a visual impact point with respect, Mr. Chair.
Oh, sorry, they go to one, and that's why I'm making it. Please let me finish the question. If you go to the right end of that table, it says ROC benefits, yes or no, doesn't it?
It does, yes, and you've highlighted that it does have ROC benefit at Lock End, and same for Stroopster as well.
So in terms of designing, thank you, Mr. Finlay, and I'm now going to, in that context, to that landscape and visual point, in terms of designing wind farms and making it similar to something next door and restricting its size, from your general experience, I'm sure you would agree that you've got more to play with, and if you've got those ROC benefits than if you haven't.
I think broadly yes, but that comes with a caveat, because you need to consider obviously the wind speed across the site and the overall cost of development of it as well, as to whether it becomes a viable site or not in terms of any design changes that you make.
All right. If you go to VDAW's inquiry report, please, that's 14.4. At electronic page 5.
Yes, I'm there.
At paragraph 115, and you'll be familiar with this, this is where Mrs. Dower sets out her approach to design objectives. I'm sure I don't need to read it to you. You've read that, haven't you?
I have read that, yes.
And if we ignore for the moment the advice and the supplementary guidance and just approach it as a landscape and visual exercise, would you say that those design objectives were reasonable in this case?
Yes, they are reasonable. Reasonable in this case. They do obviously there's a slight change to what was in the design and access statement and what was in chapter 3 of the environmental report as well.
Yes, but you already heard from Mrs. Dower that these were her design objectives and she had no role in writing the DAS. So looking at her design objectives, which were of course crystallised, as she says, through discussion with the design team, we can agree that what's set out there is a practical, sensible and reasonable approach.
It is, yes.
Thank you. If we just change the topic slightly to the height of turbines and go to paragraph 5.2 of your inquiry report. Also have alongside you the table 1310, if you can somehow have both alongside you.
Yep, 2 seconds. Sorry, it was paragraph 5.2 of my inquiry report.
5.2, that's right.
Yes, yep, and 1310. Okay, give me 2 seconds. I'm just going to
sure.
Agree with me one at a.
No worries.
Sorry, Mr. Trinick, can I just ask that table? Which document's that in?
1310.
It's document 1310.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, it's a separate document 1310 as opposed to being table 1310 in another document. Yeah. Have I confused things then?
I've confused my laptop, but I know where we're going. But I've confused my laptop, I'm afraid. So give me 2 seconds. I'm just correcting that.
So are you okay with that then? You're on mute, sir. God,
yeah, sorry, my computer's been slow turning me off mute. I didn't hear what I have. App 13.9. I don't have an app 13.10. If that's a separate document, or I'm sorry, I missed it. It may be a table 13.10 in a different document.
No, sir, that concerns me. It's been, you admitted this one. It was table it's AP 1310.
So it came with the same
I can probably
email
get it from somewhere else, another list.
So I think it came in the same email that the missing documents that I had this morning came in, which is AP 8.21 to 8.24. At least my recollection is that I downloaded it this morning. So it came in one to the DPA on 23rd of April.
Yeah, I see now. I've got 2 memory sticks plugged in the computer. So it's in the other one. So if you just give me a second, I'll just get it up. Thank you for that. Okay, I have that now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. 1310, I did take Mr. Heinsohn to just now in the context of the column, the horizontal column for lock end. Remember, I took him there. What this table does is to name the schemes, set out date of application, date of consent, their status, when they became operational, if they are, some dimensional information on number of turbines, and then the right column the question of renewable obligation benefits, and that's where to. So going back to this table, or going to your paragraph 5.2 rather first, this is where you tell us about heights of turbines, and you say that the rotor diameter of the turbines within the proposed development will be materially larger than the height of the nearby Stroopster wind farm, and you give some dimensions. If we look at this table and focus on wind farms as opposed to single turbines, not so interested in, there's only two anyway, single turbines. Can we note, first of all, and this is the last time I'm going to mention rocks, but well, Mr. Finney getting too worried, that none of the consented or application stage developments, i.e. the most recent ones, would have renewable obligations benefits. They all have to operate if they can as merchant plant.
So this is not visual impact evidence.
Well, it goes to the height of turbines, which is what I'm examining on, and to the scope that the developer has. Do this, the scope.
It's with respect, it's going to viability, which is not an inquiry issue.
No,
and as well as Mr. Trinick may try and dress it up with some tenuous connection to visual impact, but with respect, that's exactly what he's trying to get at. Mr. Heinsohn perfectly capable of answering it, but it's unfair to the council to have these matters brought up by way of cross-examination when the council cannot cross-examine in return.
Well, first of all, that table was submitted and admitted on the 23rd of April. Secondly, I simply asked Mr. Heinsohn to confirm whether or not, as a matter of fact, the consented and application stage projects, I'm suggesting none of them have those benefits. That's all I want out of this. So since Mr. Finn has indicated you'll be able to answer that, perhaps you just could. And we can move on.
They don't have rocks, but they potentially have the opportunity to go in for the latest round of CFD.
That is true. Thank you. Can we also note that 3 out of the 4 application stage schemes, including Slickley, which is not on the list, so you'll see 3, including Slickley, are at 149.9 metres to tip.
That is correct, yes.
And we can see a gradual increase in the height of turbines over the years, putting it very broadly, going from around about 100 through to 110, 115, 120 to what I suggest. My question is, it is a general trend towards, for whatever reason, towards higher turbines.
We are seeing a general trend towards higher turbines, and there's a number of market reasons for that, I understand.
Indeed, and thank you for that. That was swiftly put and puts the point to bed. And I think you're seeing also some schemes coming forward with turbines considerably more than 150 metres in Highland.
Indeed, yes. I mean, we've got consented Section 36 turbines at 200 metres to tip, and the council were in a position to support those because they were appropriately cited and designed in relation to the cumulative impact with other developments round about them, but also their fit with the landscape.
Yeah, and so far, as a final point on this table, if you look at the developments that became operational, the latest ones to become operational around 2019, and they were at 115, 120 metres in rough terms. It might be relevant, I guess, for the reporter to look back at the date of the applications for those, which were between 2009 and 2013. They took a long time to get from application to operation, didn't they?
They did, not necessarily as a result of anything to do with the planning system, I might add. Market forces, and again on market forces, maybe just to expand ever so slightly one of my previous answers, in terms of that move to larger turbines, while it is market led, just because it turbines at 149.9 are readily available on the market just now. I understand that in the future they may not be readily available on the market. But turbines at a height of 149.9 or lower are still available, but they're bespoke turbines, and I appreciate that that does have impacts on viability.
I'm grateful. That's a lot of information, and I'm grateful for it. Thank you. And we have no issue with what you say. I think you're also familiar with that trend in Highland at the moment towards applications for tip height increases. So you've got a consent unimplemented with a certain tip height, and I think there are quite a few applications come forward to increase tip heights, aren't there?
There have been a number probably in the last year, but it's certainly been much lower number than the number of applications for new wind farms or extensions to existing wind farms. All right,
let's move on to the scale relationship of Lyth to Stroopster, having got some of that factual material out of the way, and go to paragraph 6.3. So it's now been going an hour. If you were looking for any appropriate time for a 15-minute break, following which we can go through to the end, then that will be the moment.
Okay, that's fine. I'm glad we're finished with that point, and much of that was getting perilously close to the subject that I asked for written submissions on. And as for these general trends, I'm well aware as a reporter of that narrative that has come out from that. So I think we can leave that there. So let me be generous, and just for the sake of ease, shall we start back at 3 o'clock then? If that suits everyone. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Well,
Okay, good afternoon again. We all seem to be back. I will hand back over to you, Mr. Trinick. Thank you.
thank you, sir. I think in terms of timing, not quite halfway through, but I'd say another hour and a half or so, and we'll be getting there. I want to turn now, Mr. Heinsohn, to the issue of the relationship of Slickley to Stroopster in terms of the dimensions of the turbines. Frankly, the issue we've been debating for a day and a half already, but we'll put some points to you from a visual as opposed to a landscape perspective. If we go to your inquiry report at 6.3 on page 11, or electronic page 14.
I'm there.
Thank you. And there you quote from Nature Scott's 2017 version of their siting and design guidance. And they say, and you helpfully underlined the words, use turbines which are compatible with those of the existing wind farm, including aspects of scale, form, colour, and rotational speed. And generally, the design rationale of the original development should not be eroded. In 6.3 on the next page, you've got 2 6.3s.
Yeah, apologies for that. I'm just noticing that now.
Don't worry, don't worry. You refer to the supplementary guidance, 5th line, avoid cumulative effects by ensuring turbine heights are similar. And then in 5.3, you say number 6 line or 7th line, I also make it clear that it is not considered that the scale of Stroopster sets any particular scale limits for renewable energy development. That would be inappropriate. You very fairly say what you say there. However, what the supplementary guidance is seeking to achieve is to ensure turbine heights and proportions are similar to existing turbines. And you say, no, they're not. I want to be sure where all this goes. In other words, I'm asking the so what question. We see you use the words compatible and similar. A Nature Scott word, a Highland Scott word. We read that you acknowledge that Stroopster sets no particular scale limits. We hear that you acknowledge that wind turbine heights are increasing. And I think you agree that Slickley is not conspicuous in terms of general trends of turbine heights. But then we read elsewhere in your paragraph 5.3, the very bottom, that sentence, I haven't read the last sentence, scale of the road is not dissimilar to the overall height of existing wind energy development. I'm left a little, not so much confused, but curious. If we set aside for a moment the supplementary guidance advice, we'll come back to it, set it aside for the moment. What I want to establish is what is offensive about the dimensions of the proposed Slickley turbines. I would imagine you would agree with me that in principle in this landscape, if Stroopster wasn't there, the height of the Slickley turbines might be acceptable.
The height of them might be acceptable, but it's I think our key concern here is the proportions of the turbines, rather than necessarily the height overall. I don't think I can kind of set aside as such the guidance in the supplementary guidance. But if we go back to the Nature Scott guidance in siting and design of wind farms in the landscape, looking at how schemes, so I'll just get my wording correct, compatible with those in the existing wind farm, including aspects of scale, form, etc. That's where we have that.
Let's stop you there because it wasn't the question I asked. Perhaps I didn't put it clearly.
With respect, Mr. Trinity, I think you asked them to put aside, with respect, just let me hear my objection, a bit like the witness, you're trying to cut me off as well as him. You asked the witness about the objection, whether key concerns in respect of leaving aside the supplementary guidance. He's entitled to take you to siting and design in explaining his answer.
No, wasn't the question I asked. My question was, if you look at the siting, if you look at the size of the Slickley turbines in principle in this landscape, not in the context of Stroopster, but looking at them in principle. So turbines of this size in this landscape, if you like, by themselves. I'm trying to isolate what the objection is. So if you, Mr. Hanson, you look at Slickley turbines by themselves, not by reference as an extension to Stroopster, but by themselves in this landscape, would the height, I asked the question, would the height be objectionable? That was my question.
Sorry, just realised I was on mute. In principle, the height in this wider area, if there was no other wind farms in the area, I think there would still be a level of concern with them. But in principle, depending on how the wind farm was designed, 149 metre turbines in this location, with no other turbines around, may be acceptable.
But to allow you to give your full answer to the question, you went on to say that while the height might be acceptable, nonetheless, in the scenario I have painted.
Mm-hmm. In the scenario that you've... Sorry, Mr. Trinick, you continue.
In the scenario I painted, I think you went on to say that the dimensions might nonetheless be of concern. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, the dimensions of the turbine would likely be of concern, given that, using that non-technical language that I used earlier, that's the squat form of the turbines rather than the tall and spindly turbines that we do generally see in this type of landscape.
All right, that's a fair answer. I can move on to the next question. Now we've got through that. So is it then the issue really of possible perspective distortion when you look at Slickley alongside Stroopster that is the real issue in this appeal?
I don't think it is solely perspective distortion. I think we do have that issue of the two separate wind farm designs clashing with each other somewhat, and the scales of those turbines clashing with each other.
Yeah, I'm getting, this is where I can easily get confused. Are we talking about scale or layout in that context, or are you saying they're too linked to separate? I want to be clear.
I think they're too linked to separate. I don't think you can necessarily separate them out, given where the turbines are located and where other turbines are located. All
right. So it's scale and its layout in relation to Stroopster, as we've been discussing in the evidence, that is the key issue between us. And to be absolutely sure and to finish off on this question, there's nothing else apart from that which we've canvassed, which gives Highland Council a problem with the Slickley turbines.
Yeah, it's scale, design of the turbines, meaning proportions, and the layout of them when considered in relation particularly to Stroopster, but also on their own as well, that individual visual impact, because we do have concerns where Stroopster isn't present as well.
All right, that's helpful. I just wanted to isolate what the issue really was, and not unexpected you give the answers you have. That's fine. We went yesterday and today through the new wire lines in some detail. I'm not sure we're going to gain anything by me going through those wire lines and saying it doesn't look bigger, does it? And you'll tell me it does. And we know where we are on that particular score. I'm not going to bore the reporter with any more on that. Instead, I want to look at this issue of how you see Slickley alongside Stroopster in terms of perspective, what the viewer will see, how you will perceive slickling when seeing it alongside Stroopster. So if we go to your inquiry report at 5.3, just to set the scene again. I should have been there already. I won't go to 5.3, I've already been there already. But it does, that partly sets the scene, so if you can note that paragraph. Then 6.2, it's what you helpfully underline, careful consideration, therefore needed siting and design between wind farms to avoid confusing our sense of perspective. So that's why I'm going to that particular point. Then at 6.3 on electronic page 15, we have more of the same in terms of avoid cumulative effects by ensuring turbine heights are similar and so on. Let's just set in the scene. If we then go to Mrs. Dow's inquiry report at actual and electronic page 7 at paragraph 122. And my point of this is to make sure we're actually addressing.
Sorry, Mr. Turner, could you give me that reference again? Sorry, I must have closed that by accident.
All right, 14.4, electronic page 7.
Yep, back there.
Paragraph 122. I want to be sure that we're actually addressing the same issue if we start discussing it. If you just read what Mrs. Dow says in that paragraph, just to yourself.
Yes, I've read that.
And can we agree? I mean, that's a sensible way of putting the issue of perspective distortion.
Yes, it is. Yes.
Thank you for that. Now, on the next page of our inquiry report at 123, Mrs. Dower says, well, look, I think that in this case, for all but 3 instances, you can resolve differences in turbine size by perspective. Viewers will assume turbines vary in distance rather than size. But then she says it doesn't apply at viewpoint 741. And so I'm not going to debate those because we acknowledge that point, that there will be some distortion of perspective from those viewpoints. But I want to take you to a couple of other viewpoints to see how far we are apart on this. Not all of them will take all afternoon. Go to viewpoint 6. And for that, I think we'll use your Highland Council 1311. This is 1311. Let me just they're giving you a wrong reference. Just hold on a minute. No, I'm making a mistake here. I'm going to go to the SNH, the new ones, 14.14.
Okay. That's the March 2021 ones, yeah?
No, that's the ones that came in yesterday, 14.14.
Oh, sorry, the wire line, sorry, yes.
Yeah. And go to viewpoint 6 within that series. Yeah, I've got the right reference there. This is going to be quite a quick point. We can take it short because I'm going to ask you the same thing about each of the viewpoints I go to, and there are about 4 of them.
Okay.
That although let's not debate that Slickly looks bigger than, different than Stroopster. We've been through that, whether or not they do look different or bigger or whatever. But my suggestion to you is that from this viewpoint, there would, in the terms described by Mrs. Dow, not be any distortion of perspective. The viewer will be able to resolve the differences between the turbines by distance rather than having to assume they're a different size. What do you say to that?
So I'm just reading Ms. Dower's inquiry report again there on this matter.
Sorry?
I'm just reading Ms. Dower's inquiry report because she has covered that in relation to viewpoint 6. So
yeah. You say she's covered viewpoint 6.
Well, she sets out first bullet point in paragraph 1.23. At the last sentence of that, she says differential turbine sizes will be easier to resolve in differences in distance, viewpoint 6 and viewpoint 8. Yep. So I don't disagree with her on that point that she's put in that first paragraph, first bullet point. Sorry.
That's helpful. If we then go on to another example, which is viewpoint 11, and I'm trying to go around the compass a bit so we cover things properly, but without going to every single one. We go to viewpoint 11.
Yes, I'm there.
Which I don't think that Mrs. Dyer does cover in her report. It's the same point. I needn't put it again. You know what I'm asking.
I think there is an issue of perspective here, and it is, I suppose, it can be resolved to a point by perspective. You've got lock end with the much smaller turbines in front of you. Then you've got Slickley, which don't appear that much smaller, and then you've got Stroopster, which are smaller. So there's something about changing the perspective there when looking at that cumulative picture of the three schemes, knowing for us as people who are assessing this application, knowing that there are difference in sizes. The smallest ones, obviously, they're closer to you, therefore they appear larger. The Father Ted scenario, I suppose, with the cows. So I think there's something there with perspective. It may be resolvable, but I think the Slickley scheme appearing kind of larger, particularly where Slickley and Stroopster overlap a little bit. It does create a bit of a difficulty with perspective there, which kind of pushes the Stroopster turbines further back in one's eye.
Well, I have to agree to disagree, because our view is that certainly lock end is a left field factor there, but looking at Slickley and Stroopster together, we say you would be able to resolve the matter through the use of perspective, Slickley appearing further forward than Stroopster.
Yes,
that's what we would say. But you disagree on that?
Yes, I do disagree on that one. Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Go to viewpoint 8 with you at Lyth, and this is one dealt with by Mrs. Dyer at 123 first bullet point, if you want to refresh your memory on that. So same question, obviously.
I think because you've got the layering of turbines at Stroopster, it does create a little bit more difficulty in terms of resolving matters in terms of perspective than you would do if Stroopster was a single line of turbines. Obviously, it's not that. It's not that. So you can largely resolve it through perspective, but it's that kind of where the developments overlap and where there's that depth in Stroopster, it creates more of a difficulty.
Okay, that's extremely helpful. We're beginning, I think, to see the point at which we depart from each other in terms of this issue through the use of these viewpoints. One final one is 13, much visited viewpoint 13.
Okay.
So unfortunately, you've got Holland May on the front of that one, which doesn't help the issue, but if you can pretend Holland May isn't there.
I'll try my best to pretend it's not there yet.
Thanks.
I think again with this one, perspective can be used to resolve the issue to a point, but you've got a similar viewpoint to what we looked at earlier. I think it was a viewpoint 6, where we had lock end in the foreground. So it's a kind of similar scenario to that viewpoint as well.
Wouldn't you agree that at this greater distance, because viewpoint 6 is pretty close, 3 point something, I think, whereas here we're at 14.88, the very fact of the distance from the viewpoint, coupled with the layering of turbines in the landscape, does enable the viewer to resolve the issue of apparent height difference by perspective.
To a point, but not entirely.
Okay.
I don't think.
That's extremely helpful. Now, well, you told me where you're coming from. That's what this is about. Just one final point. It's really looking at you as a planning officer who has to go out in the field and use all these tools to try and make head or tail of a development. And yesterday,
can I just ask a point of clarification?
Please, yes.
Sorry, before we move on. It's just that I think, Mr. Heinsohn, you referred there, we were talking about VP13 and you referred to it being similar to the situation, one of the earlier ones when Loch End was present. But yeah, just as I think that's VP11, wasn't it, rather than VP6? Just
yes, sorry, it was viewpoint 11 at Barrack. Yes, yeah, apologies for that.
That's all it was, just so as I'm noting the right one.
Yeah,
sorry, I missed that completely too. Sorry about that. Just on the point of the use of tools, I think we can do it without going to lots of figures. You've got to use wirelines and use photomontages, but in addressing the issue of the use of perspective to resolve scale differences in your mind when you're standing there looking at it, what would you say to the reporter? Use the wirelines solely, or do you think that the contrast, the perceptions of land use, land colour, make it useful to use photomontages to resolve this perspective issue?
I certainly use both when I'm out in the field to help me resolve those. I think when you do have the photomontages, it does assist because it helps you line up and see those different layers in the landscape. But wirelines are still absolutely a useful tool when you're looking at the scale of the turbines against the underlying landform, which may not always be present in a photo montage when you're looking at out in the field, because there may be other land cover that obscures that underlying landform.
That's very true, but certainly in terms of depth of field and looking at layers on the landscape, you would advise the reporter that take both sets of tools with you when you go out in order to look at the issue we are now discussing.
Yes, I certainly would, yes.
Right, I'm sure he will anyway, but he knows better than we do, but there we are. I want to go on now to look at the supplementary guidance advice, and I'm not examining our policy, but yes, I do have to look at this document because it's central to the landscape and visual issues in the inquiry. Let's start with the report of handling, if we may. No, I don't think we need to go there. You address the guidance, and I'll just give you the references for the reporter's note in AP31 at 880 and 893. You also do it at the second version of para 6.3 in your inquiry report, EP15. And I think we can leave that as the references and go straight to AP72, which is the guidance itself. There's a number of questions here.
Okay, I'm there.
I think start off just a brief rehearsal of some paragraphs with internal page. Are you on an electronic or are you on real?
Electronic copy today.
Although there are page numbers anyway. So it's electronic page 167, sorry. Paragraph 2.4.
Yes, I'm there.
And here we have advice that there is limited potential for larger scale development within parts of the moorland interior, That's not a term of art in terms of an LCT, but the moorland interior, where potential does exist, there should concentrate further development within existing clusters to consolidate them. So the objective of the council is build on what we've got already. Don't go way out into the middle of nowhere where there are no other developments yet.
That is a fair summary of our approach. Yes.
Okay, we go on to page 100, EP-177, and we start looking at CT3 itself. I've already been here without counting. I need to go therefore with you. We've got the description of landscape, role, key views, key routes, gateways, and so forth, down to the advice given. But I want to stop at on page. Hang on just a moment. Page AP 178.
Okay.
And look at the current wind energy development section. As I understand from your earlier answers, you weren't directly involved in this section of the document.
That's correct. I wasn't directly involved. No.
You're not the author, and you had no editorial role.
None whatsoever.
Okay, fine. I can be as rude as I want then, without offending you. That's fine.
Don't want to offend former colleagues, though.
Understand. Looking at that section, you say Stroopster is located wholly within this area, situated within a not a very extensive area of sweeping moorland and flows. It creates a greater landscape dominance and visual presence. Greater than what? What's that?
My take on that would be it projects a greater landscape dominance and visual presence than would be expected of a wind farm of its scale.
We're having to interpret, aren't we? Because it's not very clear as it stands.
We are having to interpret, yes, but I think given it is talking about Stroopster and a greater landscape dominance without reference to anything else, I think it's fair to interpret it in the manner that I just suggested.
All right, well, that's your answer. We go on, in particular, we've got rid of the Dunscanby head point. I think you were at Anne Cowling and we are at one that it should really be done its head. Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay, fine. In particular, in wider views from Caithness to the southwest and north. And that's all we have, isn't it? It's pretty general, isn't it? Not entirely helpful.
Well, I think what it's saying is that from those views towards Stroopster wind farm, that it's an uneven composition that heightens its prominence, and I appreciate it's a broad area, but I think that is a fair representation of how you would view Stroopster from those general directions.
Well, the phrase uneven composition. What's meant by that? What do you mean by uneven composition?
I would take it as being the fact that it's not clear spacing between each of the turbines or each of the groups of turbines. So, for example, if we were to use the wireline in the updated wirelines at the SNH standards, AP 8.19, I think.
Yeah. You mean 14.4, I think, the most recent.
Yes, we'll go for that. Yes, 14.4, 18 something completely different, and possibly not even this inquiry. So I do apologise. Yeah, so 14.4. So it's the SNH guidance.
Yeah.
So what you've got there with Stroopster, again, trying our best to ignore Holland May obscuring it in the foreground.
Yeah.
You've got a group of 3 relatively evenly spaced turbines, and then you've got quite the gap, and you've got 2 turbines quite close together, and then you've got a gap, and then you've got a single turbine, another gap, and then 2 turbines, another gap, and then 3 turbines quite close together, and another gap and a single turbine. And then I think there's another gap and a single turbine that's obscured by one of the slickly slickly turbines on the wireline there. So I wouldn't consider that to be an even spread of turbines in that particular view. For us to consider it something in that type of view to be an even spread, would probably look to Loch End, for an example of even composition of a wind turbine.
I see.
I'm sorry, even composition of a wind farm. Sorry.
But in moorland landscapes, and particularly landscapes which have got a number of constraints, such as we've looked at on AP13-1, that map, it's more usual to get what I'm trying to avoid the word uneven, an irregular layout than a regular layout in lines, isn't it?
Not always. I mean, the Loch End site is not without its constraints either. Appreciate from the map that we looked at earlier, it is mainly the 50-metre watercourse buffer one, similar to the Slickley site within the site. In any case, obviously Slickley, we've got the information on peat as well, which we've looked at. But I think in those moorland areas, we do see a mix of either irregular layouts or regular layouts. I don't think it would be fair to say that they're all one or the other.
No, okay. Probably agree, disagree on that, but I've got your view, and thank you. Looking over the page to the advice given, turbines should consolidate and improve the existing layout. What's your understanding of consolidate?
I think my understanding of consolidate is to try and address that uneven composition of Stroopster, either by turbines not necessarily filling in the gaps on site, but filling in those gaps kind of round about the site, appreciating that there are other constraints which are in the area, which perhaps limits the scope for how much consolidation that you could undertake.
Well, that's the point, isn't it? That it's a lovely idea until you look at the constraints map and you see the constraints in which Stickley is being designed, and we went there first to look at that. There's no free hand here in terms of saying, well, looking at a landscape and visual palette, it would be nice to put a turbine there because it might improve the overall layout of the existing development. It's not as simple as that, is it? It's
not as simple as that, but the advice in this document is very much focused on landscape and visual impact of a scheme. Not to say that any other constraints are easily put aside, but this document is focused on landscape and visual impacts. Therefore, I think it's reasonable for it to set out what it would like to see in terms of development within an area.
All right, but the trouble is with that, one of the consequences, if you were to be able to put turbines wherever you wanted them, and we agree that you can't just put them where you want them, if you start to infill, do you not make that Stroopster development more dense? Do you not increase stacking from a number of other viewpoints, looking around the compass? Once you start to fill in the gaps, you increase visual density, you increase stacking from viewpoints. That's an inevitability, isn't it?
You will absolutely have increased density of turbines within particular views. You may or may not lead to further stacking. I think there would be overlapping of blades, certainly, but again, it comes down to which part of, say, if you were to put them on the Stroopster site, it comes down to which part of the Stroopster site you do that with, or if it's just out with the Stroopster site, again, which part of the site that you locate those turbines to try and address the design criteria there.
Yeah, and I heard you say overlapping. Overlapping in S&H terms, citing a design is stacking, isn't it?
Yes, it is. They largely swap between the two phrases, but I would say stacking is where one turbine is directly behind the other, either behind or in front of the other, in a particular view. But overlapping can be more restricted to overlapping of blades rather than just
All right.
just the turbines themselves overlapping in the towers.
We'll come back to stacking shortly, but we've been through consolidate, improving the existing layout of Stroopster. Is that a subset of consolidate, or does it mean something different in your view?
In my view, it's probably a subset of consolidate, addressing that uneven composition of Stroopster, filling in the gaps as would be appropriate.
Well, I think I'm running out of mileage in exploring that particular bullet point. Looking at the second bullet point, avoid cumulative effects by ensuring turbine height and proportions are similar. I'm not going to debate what similar means. We'll be here all afternoon and get nowhere. But avoid cumulative effects is a very strange advice and impossible to achieve. What's it after? What are you trying to achieve there?
I would say what we're trying to achieve here is avoiding a discordant effect between different scales of turbines, not necessarily just in terms of height, but also in terms of proportion of the turbines, because that can have an impact on the nature of the effect. It may not change the significance of effect, but it can have an impact on the nature of that effect.
So are we really revisiting the issue of perspective here?
I think part of the discussion around it would lead to impact on the issue of perspective, yes.
So it's the phrase avoid cumulative effects. If we're having to interpret this document, I'm afraid, but if you look at that bullet point, I hear what you say, but we can agree that avoiding cumulative effects of itself is a pretty forlorn objective, isn't it? There are going to be increased landscape and visual effects of an extended development.
There will be increased effects of any extended development, and I would suggest that it is a relatively high bar to set. The design objective that has been set, and that's in recognition of the impact that additional turbines in this area, if not appropriately sited and designed, may have.
Okay. You say high bar. Could you just interpret what you mean there?
In terms of a test, it's quite a high test in terms of not that these are additional tests. Just to clarify that, it's design guidance. So it's about setting a high standard for development in this area, perhaps.
All right, that's very fair. Let's move on to what you say in 6.3. You've already partly covered this, but we're dancing on a small pin at some stages. Yeah, but go to 6.3 of your inquiry report. That's the second 6.3, so on EP16.
Yes.
And you give a view at the end of that paragraph. You bravely go, and no one's gone before, and suggest how you might actually address this by filling in the gaps or by modest extension in horizontal or vertical extent. Again, following through the implications of your thoughts, and we track back to consolidation, I guess, ultimately into improvement to layout of Stroopster. Is it not an inevitability that once you start to restrict the horizontal extent of an extension to a wind farm, and you start to fill in the gaps, you do both those things. All you succeed in doing is to make the development as a whole more dense, to increase stacking from a number of viewpoints, and I suggest that doesn't do any good at all.
Yes, you would lead to an increase in density and potentially an increase in stacking, but it comes down to where you design your wind farm from and what weight is put on the particular design viewpoint. So, for example, if we were to say that because I've got it open in front of me still, viewpoint 13 was a design viewpoint. Then if there was less stacking or overlapping here, but there was more stacking or overlapping in a different area, which we may not put as much weight on, then that might be considered acceptable. I appreciate that's a hypothetical scenario.
Well, it's certainly hypothetical, and if you improve matters from viewpoint 13 rather, done in 10 and nearly 15 kilometres, you might have the opposite effect, say viewpoint 8 at Lyth or at Worth Hill. In fact, Worth Hill is a good example. You go from northwest to northeast, a totally different perspective. You can't have it all ways once you start to consolidate a development in the way you've described, can you?
I completely agree. You can't have it all ways. That's why it comes down to appropriate identification of what the design viewpoints are to be, and in doing so, considering the value of placed on those viewpoints by the receptors.
You see, where this takes us is to my suggestion that this advice ultimately leads to the sort of observation that Anne Cowling made this morning, that perhaps this site may end up being unsuitable for any form of extension to Stroopster once you apply this supplementary guidance. It leaves nowhere to run, nowhere to go in order to achieve a sensible development.
That may indeed be the case. That this site cannot achieve those design objectives, but another area around about Stroopster may be able to achieve that.
Well, we don't know that. The reporter has in front of him what he's got, but I think it's a bit much to say to a developer that our development plan envisages very specifically that this is an area, I think it's only one of 3 areas out of 11 LCTs where larger scale development, any scope might be allowed. You specifically envisage large scale development in this area as extending Stroopster, and then we end up saying, well, it can't take place because you can't achieve anything which is acceptable. It's leaving the developer with nowhere to run, isn't it?
Well, given that the guidance is that there's limited scope for larger scale development, that possibly gives an indication as to, well, I would say it does give a clear indication that there is limited scope in this particular LCT for further larger scale development. And then the way that we feel development could be larger scale development could be accommodated at that limited scope is if it can meet those design criteria. But then, for example, if you go to LCT 4, where again there's limited scope for larger turbines, you are in a much larger landscape character type, and there has been following consideration of the matters in CT4, there has been larger scale development accommodated within that larger landscape character type. So, for example, if we consider the limekiln wind farm, for example.
Well, we're both rather familiar with that one.
Indeed.
But if you go to CT4 advice, since you've gone there, I'll go there with you. A development is only be achieved, I suggest, by not following the rigour of the advice given in this document too closely. If we go to electronic page 181, we have the advice given for CT4. Limited scope for larger turbines. Concentrate and consolidate with, here we go again, with existing developments. Be designed so the logical relationship between development scale and character is maintained. That's okay. Extensions should continue, even more rigorous, not similar. Continue the scale, form, and proportions of the existing and consented development. And to be fair, it says avoid unnecessary. The advice is extremely rigorous, and I suggest very difficult to achieve in practice. All of those elements together.
I again would say that it is setting quite a high standard that we expect wind energy developments to achieve in terms of landscape and visual matters. But as you'll be aware from the Limekiln case, we do take a pragmatic approach to it, where we feel that in the round and looking at it in the planning balance, which I don't want to get into too much detail here, that we can support developments where there is a level of departure from the guidance that's set out.
All right. Just to be clear what we mean by larger scale development, we can go there if we have to, but I think paragraph 4.2 of the supplementary guidance tells us it means anything more than 30 metres to tip is larger scale.
I'm pretty confident that you're correct, but I will just double check.
Electronic page 21, paragraph 4.2.
Yes, it is large-scale wind energy developments, generally turbines of 30 metres or above to blade tip. So when we're looking at the smaller scale wind energy development, it's largely that kind of agricultural scale wind turbine that we're looking at.
Okay, fine. And finally, on this point, I want to take you to your to the document AP2119. I think it's also your THC1, wherever you want to go.
Yes, I'm there.
This is the email written by you to those representing Statkraft and for project purposes. Comment of Anne Cowling, and followed the site visit that you and Anne Cowling made, and you express your key concern, which is in terms which we've already discussed at the inquiry, so I needn't repeat them. But you then go on to say, when reviewing the proposed development in the field, we did notice some limited scope for additional turbines in the area. Due to the high proportion of the proposed turbines, combined with lack of cognizance of the design of Stroopster, the need to consolidate and improve, horizontal spread having an impact on how existing developments we perceive, we can't support the SEI development. We didn't support the EIAR development, we can't support the SEI development. And then you look at suggestions. Well, the first suggestion you make is to delete 7 out of the 11 turbines. That's a big adjustment, isn't it?
It is a big adjustment. That was obviously our suggestion, and we would have been happy to work with the developer through those suggestions in more detail. And if it was a smaller reduction in scale, then would potentially be open to that. But what was presented to us was the SI layout or potential SI layout in July 2020. We gave this advice, and then subsequently the applicant came back and addressed the HES objection, the CPR objection, and gave, as we discussed earlier, some consideration to landscape and visual matters, but didn't necessarily address the concerns that we had raised.
But even with those 7 turbines removed, you say this would not address issues from the northern views as highlighted above. So possibly even more turbines out of the 11 have to go.
I think at that point, that's why we seek to work with developers to understand what those issues may be. And it might have been that if a reduced scale of scheme was brought forward, then we may have been able to look at it again in the round and consider whether it would address the issues from the north, or whether a different reduction could address the issues from the south and east.
I see. And then further, we recognise that doing all this, sorry, I'm paraphrasing, that this would likely lead to an unviable development. So it's a pretty cul-de-sac approach, if I may suggest.
I'm going to put to Mr. Hinson, you should put it fairly, which would potentially be unviable for you to develop.
All right, potentially unviable. It's pretty cul-de-sac advice, isn't it, Mr. Hinson? It's leaving really a developer with not much to do except either take it to appeal or withdraw, because you're envisaging removing the majority of the development on the terms of this letter.
Well, that was our suggestion. As I've said, we would have been happy to work with the developer to try and address the issues. And we did have some. I believe I had some further correspondence with the planning advisor on the matter. Just very briefly, but there was no further engagement on potential either reduction in number of turbines or anything else in relation to landscape and visual impact until we got the SEI submitted to us.
Okay.
I wouldn't necessarily say it's a cul-de-sac advice. There would always be, as set out at the bottom, happy to have a meeting to discuss the way forward with the application. There may have been other ways in which our concerns could have been addressed, so we could support the scheme in the round.
Okay. I think we've gone as far as we can along those lines, and I'm grateful to hear answers that we see where we're apart. So fair enough. There are some points just to finish on, and I want to go to your viewpoint table, please, in your inquiry report at 4.3. Well, you'll need that if you can somehow work some magic and get alongside you Appendix 2 to the report of handling as well. That's document 3.1. And I'm going to totally fail to give you any electronic page number for that. Can someone help me? It's Appendix 2 for the report of handling. It's right at the end.
Yes, I've got that here in hard copy.
Indeed, but the reporter may not. So we need to give him an electronic page number. See who gets there first. And no, I think that'll do. Sorry, there's one more. Let's see how far we get with those two references. There are only 1 or 2 points, and they're really clarification points here. If you go to viewpoint 5, which is Duncansby Head, not important of itself. If you record there, electronic page 40, there we are. You record there a finding by both of you of major moderate effects. And I think that's incorrect. If you go to your Appendix 2, I think it's high sensitivity, low magnitude, and a minor effect that both you and the applicant find. So should the reporter make that correction to that table?
Yes, the reporter should, yes.
And to be fair to you, if you go to viewpoint 6, you say minor, not significant. But actually, if you go to your Appendix 2, it's major significance for both you and the applicant.
It is, yes, and the difference between us there is in relation to sensitivity of receptor, whereas the applicant said low, and I've suggested medium.
Well, I think it goes further than that. You're only recording significance in your inquiry report.
Yes, I am.
There's a difference in sensitivity, but you're recording significance as minor, whereas in fact you both agree it's major.
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Okay, and if we go to viewpoint 15. Shrubster. I think it's the same sort of issue. Not quite, maybe. You record that the applicant finds a negligible effect. I can take you, frankly, at this stage in the afternoon, I don't want to the EIAR. I'll give you the reference. It's 125, electronic page 106, at paragraph 68715. If you went there, I think you'd see that actually it's a minor effect which is recorded. It's not a big difference, but let's get it right. It's not negligible.
Yes, it is. Yeah, I went to that. Yeah.
And I think also this is a case where you find a moderate, not significant effect, and we can go to AP2315 if we need to. That is Anne Cowling's assessment of visual effects, where she finds the effect significant at that point. So just for the reporter's note, I think I'll leave you to fight it out with Anne Cowling, but you say not significant, she says significant.
Yes, that is what's recorded in Anne's response, and I've said it's not significant.
Right, let's move on to two final matters. The ZTVs, do you remember the evidence given by Mrs. Dower yesterday, and Anne Cowley gave some evidence this morning, and I'm putting the point to you as somebody who's assessed very many wind energy applications over the years. The use of ZTVs, trying to put it short, where you've got hill and scarp landscapes, where you've got hills up there, down here, the ZTV can be a pretty good guide to what is actually going to be visible.
Yes, so ZTV can be a pretty good guide in those instances, yes.
Whereas where you've got flat or gently undulating landscape, her point was, and I'm putting it to you, it doesn't take a lot of local shielding to reduce theoretical visibility to low visibility. You've got to be very careful in the use of ZTVs in these flatter landscapes. Would you agree?
I think you've got to be very careful with ZTVs in every kind of landscape. They do need to be ground truthed. I think in a flatter landscape, depending on whether, for example, you're walking around, whether you're in a car, whether you're in a high up car, low down car, it depends on whether you whether that type of, whether it's fences or walls as suggested by Mrs. Dower, whether that will have an effect or not. But they're not well. For example, if we look at the road between Lyth and up past the site, past Slickley, they're not particularly high hedges, for example, and there's many areas where the fences are either low or non-existent along that route as well.
Okay, but at least can we agree that in general terms, in these flatter, more undulating landscapes, that the pink wash we see, which covers the whole area, it is a less than useful guide to actual visibility in comparison with hillier landscapes?
I wouldn't say so. No, sorry, I don't think we can agree on that. I think it is still useful, but as I've set out, it does need to be ground truthed.
All right, go on to roads now, which is the final topic. If we go to your report of handling, which is EP31 at electronic page 33, paragraph 8100. Sorry, I've started the wrong point. I do apologise. Go to your inquiry report.
Inquiry report, yeah.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Paragraph 45, which is on electronic page 10.
Yes, I'm there.
And you, in general agreement about the effect of the proposed development on the receptors for the A99, the remainder between Warthill and Nibstow, the remainder of the A99, and also the A836, the North Coast Road.
Yes.
I, however, disagree with the applicant on the impact of users of local roads, which I consider to be significant and adverse. This is due to the users of these roads being more sensitive to change, given that that is where they live. Well, you can use which map you want, or you can just describe it. I think we know the area fairly well. Which local roads do you have in mind?
So I'm considering, for example, the road from Lyth going the straight road that goes from the crossroad at Lyth towards the northeast, and that type of, I suppose, the mainly C-class roads rather than the B-class roads. So it's predominantly the single track and 1.5 track roads, which effectively crisscross the area in that I suppose triangle between the B882, the A9 and the A99 and the A36. So it's that kind of the smaller network of roads that crisscross the area in that northeastern corner of Caithness.
Okay, I've got you there. I don't think we need to go to the map from there. I can visualise what you're saying. Would you get up, please, the EIAR at 125A. That's the text of chapter 6. And within that, it's electronic page 111, at paragraph 6893.
Yes, I'm there.
And here we see that the EIAR judges sensitivity to be low. Last paragraph on that page, as the road is not a busy road, although the users are generally local people. And so it goes on to 6894. Again, sensitivity low, as it's not a busy road. And actually, the PPA-270-2256, which is probably not one of your local roads, but it's also judged to be low. Is the dispute between us here seems to be about sensitivity rather than magnitude, isn't it?
It is about sensitivity rather than magnitude, yes.
I'm going to pay a rare visit with you to the GLVIA, which is document 84. And
Mr. Chunick's been able to resist the GLVIA in actual fact, sort of almost his last question. But you can see he couldn't resist in the end.
I gave way, I'm sorry, it's one of those things. Then you go to, I'm not going to help you with the electronic page number very easily. It's actual page 113, which may help you. It's paragraph 632.
Yes, that's on electronic page 119. Yeah.
113.
Yes, but it's electronic page 119.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Thanks very much. And you can see the approach to susceptibility of visuals and perceptors to change. And it's susceptibility, not value. So we've got mainly a function of occupation or activity of people experiencing the view, the extent to which their attention may be focused on the views and the visual immediacy they experience in particular locations. Then you have examples of receptors most susceptible to change below. Most susceptible are residents at home, people engaged in outdoor recreation, etc. Visitors to heritage assets and communities where views contribute to landscape setting. And then the next page, travellers on road, rail or other transport routes tend to fall in the intermediate category of moderate susceptibility, where travel involves recognised scenic routes, awareness of the views is likely to be particularly high. Well, the routes you've drawn attention to in this case are the local roads as opposed to the tourist routes, aren't they?
They are, yes.
Yeah.
But what I'd maybe suggest is that community is not necessarily, but because of the dispersed nature of communities round about this area, Caithness, I think travellers on roads can fall into as well that communities where views contribute to the landscape setting enjoyed by residents in the area, and people do move to Caithness for the big skies and the landscape setting of the area.
I accept all that, but if a methodology is to be adopted following the GLVIA, and that is what everybody does in their assessments, then it's perfectly valid to attribute relative levels of sensitivity based on susceptibility and value to viewpoints as opposed to the fact that someone's a resident. You would agree with that?
Well, I don't think we can assess it. We can't approach it to susceptibility to a viewpoint. It's to the receptors at that viewpoint, rather than necessarily the viewpoint itself. And receptors are usually people.
Well, I do understand that, but you see the approach in the GLVIA. Your approach assumes that at any given viewpoint anywhere, there is going to be at some stage somebody of a high sensitivity, and therefore you attribute high sensitivity to that viewpoint. On that basis, it makes some nonsense of the GLVIA approach of attributing relative levels of sensitivity, doesn't it?
I don't think I've done that at for every receptor at every viewpoint, certainly. But it is my view that certainly residents in the area travelling on the local road network generally do have a higher sensitivity than those given that they've chosen that area to live, potentially based upon that landscape setting. So I think there's a crossover between those points in GLVIA3.
Well, you put the point you have answered my point, but I'm going to put it to you a different way. And finally, that if you are assessing the sensitivity of a viewpoint, you could either take the view that at that viewpoint, at some stage, there will be somebody to whom you attribute high sensitivity, and therefore, when you're assessing effects from that viewpoint, you simply assess it as highly sensitive, or you follow the approach of the GLVIA, and you end up with different levels of sensitivity at different viewpoints. Which approach do you choose?
I would follow the second approach, but for the reasons outlined, I don't think the approach that I've set out is necessarily against the approach that's in GLVIA3. I think we've probably interpreted it in slightly different ways.
I think it may be that, but I think if you go to, well, I'll just go there if you don't mind, to your appendix 2 to the inquiry to report of handling, which is 3.1, to viewpoint 16 that Scott's called it. There we have a road, and you attribute low sensitivity. And I believe that's a local road at viewpoint 16, isn't it?
Let me just find my inquiry report again. Moved out the way. Viewpoint 16, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, 2 seconds. I'm just grabbing
That's all right.
the document. I think when looking at that and considering the clarification table that I requested, which is in chapter 3 of the SEI report. Apologies, I've not got a reference for that, but it's a table 3.3, where it's considering susceptibility to change at the higher end. It sets out areas that are unaffected by overt or intrusive man-made elements. It's got down high scenic value for susceptibility to change, and then you've got the value, which is residential or tourist viewers designated viewpoint identified on a map or in tourist information, a location within an area nationally designated, and then you've got the location on quiet or little used roads. I can see that's there. I think where I was coming from with regard to viewpoint 16, it is one of those more local roads, but the sensitivity of the receptor may be lower, because I mean, viewpoint 16, while it may be taken from the road, I believe it's also representative of train users as well. I think I'd put down the sensitivity as being low and agreeing with the applicant on that one, because of that kind of intervening distance more than anything else, which I appreciate is more of a magnitude of change matter. But I think it can affect sensitivity as well.
All right, I think we've danced on the head of that particular pin enough.
Okay.
I see where we differ. However, in applying what you say there to the supplementary guidance criteria, I just want to go there, because if we go to Appendix 3 to your inquiry report, to the report of handling rather, and we remind ourselves, it's right at the end, and someone's going to give me a reference in a minute. So Appendix 3 to the inquiry report, and remind ourselves what criteria 4 and 5 say, because those are the criteria I'm looking at. It's the amenity of key recreational routes and ways is to be respected, and the amenity of transport routes is to be respected, and that's all roads and rail and ferry routes. Coming on to your Appendix 3, you conclude that criterion 4 is met by Stickley, correct?
Which criterion, sorry, criterion 4?
4.
Yes, because that's in relation to the amenity and visual appeal of key recreational routes and ways, yes.
Indeed.
And I've set out that includes A99 and NCN1
Okay.
in the core paths in the area.
But then we come on to criterion 5, relates to the amenity and visual appeal of transport routes that is directly relevant to local roads. Well, and you say on the next page, well, there'll be localized effects. Overall, the threshold of the criterion has been met.
Yes, I do.
So overall, you are content with the effect on local roads. Otherwise, you wouldn't have said that.
I think it comes down to what are defined as the key routes, and how the key routes are defined within the supplementary guidance for this area. And while I have highlighted that there's a number of routes on the local road network, I have set out that there will be localized effects on those routes, but it won't be for the routes as a whole. It will be localized effects. That's why I've set out that overall the threshold, the criterion has been met, but there are localized areas where the criterion wouldn't be met.
Nevertheless, you conclude that in terms of all transport routes, criterion 5, that as far as you're concerned, the guidance in the supplementary guidance relating to criterion 5 is met. You don't resile from that. You agree?
Yes, overall, I agree. But there are those localized effects, as I've set out there, where I believe that the criterion wouldn't be met in those localized areas.
All right. Mr. Hudson, thank you very much. Those are my questions. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, I've put away my copy of the GLVIA. Well, I'm not sure whether Mr. Findlay will take me back to it. Thank you very much, Mr. Trinick. Mr. Findlay and Mr. Hines, indeed, we can have a short break just now if that would help, and if you would benefit from that, Mr. Hines, or else if you want to carry on and you don't think it'll take us too long, then I'm happy to do that, whichever you find most useful. I'm sure we've got plenty of time to finish in any event.
Sorry, Mr. Findlay.
I'm going to say that I imagine it might be 15 to 20 minutes. So I'm in Mr. Heinson's hands. I'm happy to carry on.
If it's that length of time, I'm happy to carry on as well.
If it's in my hands, I wouldn't mind a couple of break.
Okay, well, no, that's fine. I won't deny you that. Shall we start again at 4:20 then? Is that okay? Just a short break. Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Trinnick's disappeared, from my screen at least. Ah, here he comes. Okay, welcome back everyone, just for the final part of the inquiry, and then we need to remember to talk about the arrangements for closing submissions, but we can do that afterwards. So back to you, Mr. Findlay, then, to start the re-examination of Mr. Heinsohn.
Thank you, Mr. Heinsohn. If I can take you right back to the start of Mr. Trinnick's cross-examination, a bit like returning to the scene of the crime, it will try and concentrate on matters that relate to visual impact. You were asked, first of all, about 13.1, which is a plan showing the site constraints. So you don't need to open it up again and burden your computer with that, because I think it's reasonably familiar. But when you came to write your report, presumably, how constrained did you understand the site was at that stage?
I understood that it was a constrained site. There's a number of matters which are shown on that document 13.1, which are highlighted throughout the environmental impact assessment report. So I was aware of all of the constraints which have been put to me today and are shown on the plan. And
then, just to try and deal with this point, you at 8.75 of your report, which is AP 3.1. I'm working off a hard copy, so I don't have the electronic page, but it's paragraph 8.75.
I'm there, yep.
You say, picking it up 4 lines down, the site itself is relatively small for a scheme of this scale and constrained by land availability and ownership. It is considered that the proposal has been designed to fit a wind farm onto the site, rather than the wind farm being designed to fit the site's location. What's your view as to the preferable approach for wind farm design?
The exact opposite of what I've put in at the end of paragraph 8.75. That wind farm should be designed to fit the site's location, and a wind farm shouldn't ever be designed to fit a site in particular.
You were taken towards the end of cross-examination to your email, which I think is 2.1 AP 2.1.19 or THC1, whichever you had it in.
Yes, I've got it in front of me now. Yes, sorry, I'm there.
If you go to the 3rd paragraph, you say, when reviewing the proposed development of the field and through our subsequent discussions, we did note that there is some limited scope for additional turbines in the area. And you say this, due to the height and proportion of the proposed turbines, combined with the lack of cognizance of the design of Stroopster. Just to ask you there, what did you mean by the lack of cognizance of the design of Stroopster?
The similar, what I was considering there, and what I mean there is in relation to the turbine size and proportion, particularly considering matters such as the rotor diameter.
Okay. The need to consolidate and improve Stroopster's layout is set out in the landscape sensitivity appraisal, and the horizontal spread of the turbines were not in a position to support the proposed development. The reference to the landscape sensitivity appraisal is obviously that part which is contained in the guidance.
Yes.
Did anyone at any stage come back to you and say that we simply don't know what it means, as opposed to it may be difficult to comply with? See this?
I don't recall anyone coming back to us to say I don't know what it means.
think, and we don't need to go there, but there has been you were asked about both in terms of what it means. There was criticism directed at both the guidance on CT3 and CT4. Insofar as CT4 is concerned, there has been a recent decision dealing with CT4, which I think has been added to the land at Braymore Road, Dunbeath. I'm not going to ask you to go through that in detail, but was there any indication there that there was difficulty in applying the guidance?
It didn't appear that there was any difficulty applying the guidance for the reporter in that case, or indeed for the council's case officer.
You were taken to Mrs. Dower's report, which is AP 14.4 at paragraph 115 in respect to the design objectives. And you were asked whether and agreed that there's a reasonable set of design objectives. But I want to ask you about the first bullet point in paragraph 115.
Yes, I'm there.
You see, she sets out the design objectives is to lay out the development as an extension of Stroopstone. It should be stressed that it was already recognised by the author in 2018 that the guidance to consolidate and improve the wind farm advised to be the correct approach, and the guidance was not a helpful guide. When did you first become aware that was Mrs. Dower's view on life?
I believe it was when the SEI was submitted to us in March 2021, where it was set out there that they had concerns with regard to consolidate and improve.
Thank you. And we'll no doubt see if that is indeed set out in the SEI. So I don't recall Mrs. Dower taking us to any part of the SEI where that was set out, but we can deal with that in due course. You were taken to table 13.10, which is the table of surrounding wind farms.
Yep.
And we can see a number of wind farms coming in for a number of different scales. But insofar as there's a trend to increase the height of wind turbines, does that have any direct relevance to assessing the actual impact of a particular wind turbine or group of wind turbines in any particular location?
Not particularly, no, because what we have to do is assess whatever application is in front of us, whether it's a larger turbine or a smaller turbine. So if there is a trend towards larger turbines, but a smaller turbine application comes forward, then we would assess that as well. The trend is not necessarily a material consideration in our consideration of these matters, but it is something that obviously we take into account in the round.
If one looks at Coggle Moss, for instance, it appears twice in the list. Once in 2015 with a consent on appeal for, if I'm reading the table correctly, 100-metre turbines.
Yes, that's the case.
They appear to have come back earlier this year for 150-metre turbines.
I would have to go back and double check that one in terms of the full application details. But as it's set out in that table, yes, they've came back with an application for 115-metre turbines, and we recently determined a application for non-compliance with conditions for Coggle Moss wind farm as well.
So, just so I understand that. So,
sorry, Mr. Finlay, we appear to have lost the reporter.
We do indeed. Let's hope he comes back.
He couldn't stay on the re-examination anymore. I'm sorry. It's
Oh, he's back. Yep.
Can you hear me, Simon?
I can hear you fine. Yeah, you do keep freezing on the screen, but the audio is okay.
You're going a bit pixelated as well, Simon.
Okay.
It's a fact of life in Inverness, I think.
I think so, and we're reliant on the Wi-Fi in a listed building with very thick walls. So.
Well, I'm very pleased you've got the photographs above your head. It's good to see you're a royalist.
There's lots of lovely photographs in this room, I have to say, and throughout the building as well, some lovely artifacts. It's well worth a tour.
Which building are you in? Sorry.
Inverness Townhouse.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah. So I think the tourist tours are starting again this summer. So highly recommend them.
Yeah. Have you eaten at that restaurant again, James?
No, I haven't. Couldn't find anyone else to accompany me.
Oh, shame.
But I had a very good meal in your recommended hotel last night.
Yeah, it's a good hotel, that. Very good hotel.
Very good indeed. We'll just hang on.
Will I be seeing you in August, James?
I think so, at Glendy.
In Glendy, yeah, that's it. Right.
Wearing a variety of.
Yes, I see. Yes, indeed. Representing multiple parties.
None of whom have fallen out yet.
Yeah, quite.
Simon tells me the townhouse at Inverness was the site of the first cabinet meeting outside Westminster ever. Back during the war, Winston Churchill held a cabinet meeting here. But I think in the last 15 to 20 years, they've gone on tour a bit more.
Yeah.
There's a piece of stained glass window, or a mention of it on a stained glass window at least. Which if you take the tour, you can find out.
James, I'll take you to the plaque at the end of the day. You can go and look at it. It's in the council chamber.
You've got my subtle dig, Simon. Thank you. I just wanted to make it clear I was paying attention to your tour.
I understand the 6th of, where are we now, the 5th of May, my God, tomorrow, we might have expectations of receiving something from the Scottish Government on the project on the North Coast.
The one, John Holliston.
Lankin.
Lankin, yes.
It's imminent, I understand.
That's my understanding as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't know it was that imminent, right enough, but I knew it was imminent.
Yeah, that's what I hear. I may be wrong, but
Okay. Simon has a case. Some careful what I say publicly. There's an interest in either outcome, should I say?
yeah. So, yep. I'm glad not to have to go back for yet another limekiln inquiry. That would just kill me, I think. It's done enough up there.
I think the applicant would be quite upset if there was another lime kiln inquiry as well.
Yeah.
Albeit Nick does seem to enjoy being up in Caithness though, Nick Sage. So
Yeah, he gets up there whenever he can, I think. The real attention for that company is focused not on adjacent to Clash and Darrock 2, there's a Clash and Darrock extension. That's in Murray as opposed to Aberdeenshire. And we've also got Ken Dewey to do sometime later this year, I guess.
Yeah.
Meet Jeannie Monroe all over again. I shall love that. It'd be great.
I have to say, I do like going across, doing site inspections in and around Darver Moor.
It's a lovely, that road, if you turn left and go past Lochindorf and come out the other side, it's brilliant.
Yep. We have reported that.
Yeah.
Hello again. I'm sorry about that. Graham, are you there? Yeah, there's two of us working from using the internet all day here anyway. It's not normally a problem. I don't even think it's my daughter on her iPad. So I've just switched on to my the 4G on my phone. So that seems to be fine. So I do apologise for that, everyone. Where I heard up to was your question, Mr. Findlay, about table 1310 and whether the trend to larger turbines should affect how you would assess landscape and visual effects. And I heard Mr. Heinsohn's answer to that, and then it all went wrong from there. So if you had to rewind a bit, then I do. I'm sorry.
That's fine. Mr. Trinick was blaming it on the standard of re-examination, but the only other point on 1310 was that we see that Oglemoss came in with an application apparently for 115 metre tip height turbines earlier this year, and in terms of availability of turbines, have you any reason to believe that they won't be able to acquire such turbines, Mr. Heinsohn?
The applicant has not made us aware that they aren't able to acquire those turbines.
Okay. You were asked a number of questions about perspective, and that perspective resolving perspective can be used to resolve apparent height differences. I wanted to see how far that goes with other differences, such as the dimensional differences within the turbines. Does perspective help with that, i.e. between resolving differences between the different proportions of turbines?
I wouldn't say it does. No, perspective is resolves to a point some of the matters in relation to overall scale of the development, but it doesn't resolve matters in relation to the proportions of the turbines.
You were asked about a series of questions about Slickley on a standalone basis, as if tracks are there. and particularly whether 149.9 metre turbines would be acceptable. And you said they may be acceptable. In order to form a judgment as to whether they would be acceptable, what would you need to see?
I would need to see wire lines without Stroopster, probably photo montages without Stroopster, and they'd have to be in the fields with a appropriate, well, with a wind farm of whatever design is put forward to suggest whether the 149.9 metre turbines would be in principle acceptable in that location, because it is very much dependent on the design and layout of the scheme in relation to the underlying landform, and it would have to be from a number of different viewpoints in the area as well, and an understanding of the assessment and design approach that's been taken.
Then, sorry to be jostling about, coming back to the issue of perspective, to what extent does, in terms of resolving height difference, how effective is perspective in doing so if you can see the turbine bases or close to the turbine bases in both instances? And
I think possibly it's slightly less effective, but it depends on the underlying landform. I would suggest. I think if the turbines were at a more elevated position in comparison to another scheme from the particular viewpoint that you're at, it may assist. But when they're all at the same level, I don't think it would assist as much.
in that regard, I just want to take you back to viewpoint 6 in AP 14.14.
Yes, on that.
And ask you to what extent you can see the turbine bases of the two wind farms, and to what extent that assists or otherwise with the use of perspective, and certainly in terms of resolving height differences.
You can see.
I missed that question. Something froze in my end. Could you repeat that one?
Of course, yes. Looking at viewpoint 6, and it's to the extent you can see the bases of both the turbines of both wind farms. To what extent does that help resolve? Does perspective help resolve the height difference issue?
So from viewpoint 6, you can see I believe all of the Stroopster turbines right down to turbine base. I think there's maybe a couple of the slickly ones that you don't see down to the base in their entirety. There's certainly one or two at least in the middle of the scheme that you don't see down to the base. I think from this viewpoint, it's perspective is not as apparent as resolving the height issue.
I'm sorry, I just recall that wasn't the answer given to me in cross-examination.
Sorry, yes, I'm just trying to recall that. I was just about to come in on that. Unfortunately, I didn't take a note.
Your answer in cross-examination from viewpoint 6 was that the perspective did resolve.
Yes, sorry, it does help from this. Sorry, yeah. I'm just looking at it with the photo montage as well behind me, which I think I did earlier as well. So yes, I think it does resolve it to a point, but not fully.
My question was aimed at the extent to which it resolves it, because I accepted to Mr. Trinick it did help to resolve.
No, I'm sorry. I think we're starting to go beyond re-examination and to, frankly, asking a witness who wanted us to change the view he gave quite clearly in cross-examination. the answer given in relation to viewpoint 6 was entirely clear. If Mr. Hanson had any doubts about the extent to which the answer he gave, of the extent to which his answer was to be interpreted, then he should have said so then. It's, I think, not an appropriate re-examination point to dig back into that.
Sorry, yes. Just to clarify, what I did say, I believe, in relation to viewpoint 6 was that I broadly agreed with what is in Mrs. Dower's inquiry report in the first bullet point of paragraph 1.23, where differential turbine sizes will be easier to resolve differences in distance from viewpoint 6 Brabster. So I agreed with that, saying it would be easier to resolve.
I'll say you'll have a recording of the session. You'll be able to check that for yourself.
Thank you. You were discussing the issue of density and stacking, and you agreed with Mr. Trinick that you're bound to get some stacking if you have or increased stacking if you increase the number of turbines, and you referred to the need to pay regard to design viewpoints. First of all, did in either the written material or indeed Mrs. Dower's evidence, were particular design viewpoints identified? I
don't believe that they were, no. I think in Mrs. Dower's evidence, she suggested that all viewpoints should be considered in the round, I think. That's my recollection of it. I don't think she highlighted any particular design viewpoint.
And just so to understand, what are the important viewpoints that you would ask the reporter to have regard to when considering the design?
I think when considering design, it would be viewpoint 1 from Castle Sinclair, viewpoint 4 at Worth Hill, and viewpoint 13 at Dunnerhead.
Sorry to interrupt again, I don't want to do it at this stage, but this is going beyond the cross-examination. We're now opening up a new line of evidence in chief on which design viewpoints you would choose. That goes beyond the cross-examination, so it really does.
I don't accept that, but anyway, I don't accept that, but that was going to be my last question anyway. So thank you very much, Mr. Hines.
Okay, thank you. Just on the last point, I mean, I'd already seen from the council's written evidence, or Mr. Hineson's written evidence, which particular viewpoints those address. So I'll take it from that perspective rather than thinking about what ought to have been a design viewpoint. If you see what I mean, I already know which viewpoints cause the council the most concern, which is enough, I think. So thank you, Mr. Hineson, for your evidence. That you'd be glad to know that brings it to a close. The final thing, well, actually, there are two things I'll just want to cover before we close. Firstly, closing submissions. We discussed those yesterday morning. I'm happy to be guided by you, and that those can be wider than just the matters we've discussed over the last 2 days. As usual, I would have the council's closing submissions first, followed by the appellants. So, in terms of the time frame for that, Mr. Findlay, have you got a thought as to when you'd be in a position to give me those?
I was going to say probably within a week, but I was going to ask for 2 weeks because I think that we are going to see some new photo montages, and obviously they've got to be done correctly. So I'd quite like to see those before I finalise my closing submissions. So that would allow the applicants propellants, say a week to produce those, and then give me a week after that.
Okay, so that takes us to about what, the 20th, if we say Friday the 20th of June, then of May, sorry.
Yeah.
And then after that, Mr. Trinnick, how much time would you want after that?
I don't need more than a week after Mr. Finley, so wherever that takes us.
Okay, so that would be Friday the 27th of May, and if they come in a little quicker than that, then so be it. So that's fine. If we can try and work to those timetables, and yeah, we obviously if there are new photo montages, then send them to us as well. In terms of site visits, as I think I said at the pre-examination meeting, I went in site in November for 2 or 3 days. The daylight was limited, and visibility came and went. So I saw it was useful, but I tend to go back up and spend another couple of days. That will be all the better having heard the evidence here, and I'm planning to do that later this month. So it's not like a report case where you're in someone else's hands for the final decision. So hopefully, once I've been back in site and the closing submissions have been made towards the end of this month, I'm hoping it won't take me too long to write up my decision after that. But I do have another inquiry to do and other things as normal. But just to say, it shouldn't take a terribly long amount of time after the end of the closing submissions. So unless there's anything else we need to cover, I would just like to say thank you very much for all your efforts, and sorry about the occasional IT issue. And we got, as you assured me, we got through in 2 days in the end. So thank you very much, and I'll bring the inquiry to a close.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.